Hi, media team. Do you happen to have an extra extension cord? There's a little bit of a spot that folks are struggling to plug in things. They're not reaching the other extension cords. I don't know if you maybe used all of what you've got, but I'm putting in the request. Appreciate it. Sorry, that's a little harsher than usual. The hour of 6:30 having come and gone a while ago, I will reconvene the recessed Common Council meeting of April 21st, 2026, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Glenn. Alder Glenn is present. Alder Uguer. Here. Alder Uguer is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Coming. Alder Lankella. Here. Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman. Here. Alder Lieberman is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Present. I apologize, Alder Madison. President Madison. President Madison is present. Thank you. Wow. Alder Matthews. Here. Alder Matthews is present. Alder Mayor. Here. The Mayor is present. Alder O'Brien. Here. Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Ohovich. Present. Alder Ohovich is present. Alder Pritchett. Here. Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitterer.
Here.
Alder Vitterer is present. Alder Zhang. Alder Zhang is present. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. I'd first like to ask our interpreters to make an announcement because we do have simultaneous interpretation available for tonight's meeting. You just have to press the button so the light turns green.
Hi, good evening. My name is Phil. I'm part of the Madison Incorporated interpreter of Madison and Zong, and I will be interpreting in Hmong tonight. That's a request, but we do have available Spanish, sign language, and over 20 plus language. And now service has been existing for over 30 years. So really appreciate for us being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to share in Hmong in case anybody needs it?
nhớ trong mà nó bé mua cái sự thảm mà nó bé mua xài ulu mong tôi sẽ đầu tiên, cho nên từ lúc mua từ sátต้องการxài ulu mong nó thì cụ thể rộng như thế nó giải tỏa rồi mua lưu ở xe sát đó này, 我知道。
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. A few other bits of business. As you just heard, the mics that we're using tonight, you have to turn on and off yourself. So they are live when the light is green. You achieve that by pressing the button. Strongly encourage you to remember to press the button when you're done speaking so the mic is not live anymore. Unfortunately, you do have to share. So please be nice to your neighbors and pass the mics as needed. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, please turn off the mic when you are done speaking. If we get too many of them live, we start to get echoey and weird. So appreciate that in advance. Similarly, because we're not using the same system as is in council chambers, for the folks that are on Zoom, it will be the same. You use the raise hand function. I will see you. For those of you who are in the room, you need to actually physically raise your hand and try and I'll try and be watching, but make eye contact and make sure that I write your name down because I'll be actually physically keeping a queue since we don't have an electronic system to do so. And I also just want to say that because it is the first meeting for two of our colleagues and the first meeting for new council leadership, I will take some portions of the meeting slowly and try and help guide through various aspects of Robert's rules, perhaps a little bit more than I have in more recent meetings, just so that we can all get oriented to procedures here. I'll just remind us collectively that we're here to do the business of the people of the City of Madison, and I ask that we do that with grace and kindness. In particular, the council has rules about not addressing each other directly, so that when you speak to the chair. If you refer to your colleagues, please refer to them to their titles and their last names. If you're referring to staff, just ask that you do that with courtesy as well. Title and last name is generally what we have used here. For new alders, Zhang and Lieberman, it is a little bit to get used to. So pay attention to what your colleagues do. If you have questions, you can always, raise your hand and ask for a point of order or a question. That would be appropriate. And if not, you can turn to your
colleagues and whisper in their ears and try and get guidance. And if I can ask whoever's phone that is to please silence it, everyone's phone should be on silent in chambers so that we don't get interrupted. All right, so those are my opening remarks. Hopefully, Alder Vitiver?
I'm just getting a message that someone is not hearing the audio on the city channel well.
Same.
So wondering if IT can take a look at that.
Right, so if our friends on the award-winning Madison City channel can make sure that the audio is coming through on Zoom, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. The voice of God. And then the next item is disclosures and recusals. So this is something that we have at every meeting. This is designed for if a member of the council has some potential conflict of interest that they need to talk about related to any of the items on the agenda. Please do silence your phone. So a conflict might be if there's an item on the agenda that impacted your income or your employer. For example, if you were employed by an organization that is seeking a contract with the city or approval from the city, you would want to recuse yourself from voting on that item. A disclosure would be if you had some relationship with somebody or an entity that is on the agenda, you might disclose that. So for example, when we have items that are relevant to UW-Madison, there's a number of members of the council who work for the UW. Rarely are their agencies implicated in the items before us, so they disclose the fact that they are employed by the city, or excuse me, the university. So just for guidance on disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Alder Field.
Mayor, you beat me to it. On item 79, I'm an employee of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, but that will not affect my vote on this item.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? Alder Mayor.
I recuse myself on the same item.
Okay, thank you. Alder Tischler.
Yes, I also still work at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and for item 79, it will not affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
I also work at UW-Madison, and that will not impact my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Madison.
Okay, bear with me because I don't have my readers. Okay, a consent agenda. Oh my gosh, I've hit that age, sorry. Okay, a consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except one which items have, let's see how these work. Oh, they work well. Oh, I think they might have too much power. Okay. Items which have registrants wishing to speak, items which alders have separated out for discussion and or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority items. Please note, supermajority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. So agenda item 42, which is legislative file number 92591, reapproving a certified survey map of property owned by Sprecher Apartments LLC and located at 102 South Sprecher Road in District 3. Report of Department of Planning and Community and Economic Development. 14 votes required to adopt under suspension of MGO 2.055. Agenda item 48, which is legislative file number 92353. Amending the 2026 operating budget and setting the 2026 rates for the sewer utility, landfill, and stormwater citywide. Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda item 52, legislative file number 92452, amending the 2026 adopted operating budget for the Department of Civil Rights to accept $5,000 for the ETF Wellness Program grant. Report of Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. No items in that section. Agenda items excluded by 1, request of alders, or 2, speakers registered by noon on April 21st. Agenda item number 7, which is legislative file number 92339, appeal of the Plan Commission action on the conditional use request for 2927 East Washington Avenue, Legistar ID 91510, appeals and speakers registered. Agenda item number 55, which is legislative file number 92386, substitute, amending subsections 5.19, 6, 7I, and 8, and amending subsections 520, 9F of the Madison General Ordinances to add public reporting requirements for the Office of the Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board. Report of Police Oversight Board, speakers registered.
Thank you, President Madison.
Thank you.
Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, then President Madison, a motion on the consent agenda, please.
Motion to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda and the recommendations therein at this time? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And that will take us to public comment. The first item that we have public comment on is agenda item 7, the appeal of the Plan Commission action on the conditional use request for 2927 East Washington Avenue, which is Legistar 91510. We have 2 registrants wishing to speak. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Alex Sherwood of District 15. Will be followed by Edward Kuharski. Do we have Alex? Please come forward. And if the light's not green, press the button.
Okay. Good evening. First time speaking at City Hall. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alex Sherwood. I live at 242 Oak Street, approximately 40 feet from the Minocqua Brewing Company's beer garden. I'm also here tonight on behalf of myself, my wife, Christy, my neighbors, Sam Mack at 238 Oak and Jeremiah Snortum at 237 Oak, who share the same concerns but couldn't be here this evening. So my wife works from home full-time. Her office is on the second floor of our home with its window directly overlooking the beer garden in question. And that beer garden is enclosed by tall cinder block walls on 2 sides, and it tends to funnel sound directly into our homes. We can hear clear conversations from patrons in the beer garden inside of our house, and that's without amplification. And at 40 feet, amplified music is no longer background noise that you can close a window against. It's in the room with you. It would mean losing the ability to work, to take calls, or to concentrate, and this is at this business's discretion from May through October. Our neighbor at 238 Oak lives with his son who works night shifts. He sleeps during the exact hours proposed for amplified sound, Saturday afternoons, and at 237, same proximity and the same exposure. These are people living, working, and sleeping 40 feet from the sound source during the exact hours proposed for amplified sound. And if these were not the established uses that Standard 3 is designed to protect, then what are? Staff have now evaluated this application twice, once a year ago and again in March of 2026. Both times they considered reduced scheduling, sound curtains, decibel monitoring, and both times they concluded standard 3 is not met at 40 feet. This isn't a close call where one more condition tips the balance. Staff's professional assessment is that the fundamental constraint is distance and no proposed mitigation resolves it. I also want to address the note in the record that no complaints have been filed since the first denial. In our written comments to the Plan Commission last month, we provided several pictures of different musicians performing with amplifiers and PA systems at the site. And despite these obvious violations, we chose to not call the police out of respect for the artist. And I regret to admit that I think that was a mistake, because I now realize that by not involving the police, that this could now be read as an absence of a problem. And so I just wanted to put that on the record with my voice. Finally, standard 3 specifically asks whether harm to the neighborhood is foreseeable. I'd like the council to hear the applicant's own answer to that question.
Sorry, that's your 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Edward Kuharski of District 6. Ed?
Good evening. I have interest in this because I was retained as architect for some improvements to the beer garden at Minocqua Brewing, and Mr. Bankstad and staff put in for a building improvement grant to implement those, and those were heavily targeted towards sound containment and mitigation. Early in my career, I designed the original American Players Theater, which works to this day without amplification. And so I understand about acoustics and how you do it outdoors. So that's pertinent. So I designed a little APT kind of in there with a bandstand well enclosed and especially baffled in the back, raising the fence and putting a sound absorbing septum in the fence between 2 layers of fencing. And then installing some sound capture louvers on those block walls that were just referenced. And all of this was in service of reducing the need or the urge to use amplification when the natural voice and acoustic instruments could work. But that was denied. And it was interesting that the denial, as I read it, and I didn't have time to follow up on this, was the committee that did that wrote that this project, this building or operation was licensed as a food service operation, and that music was not part of that. But it's not a food service. It's a beer garden. It's a tap room and a beer garden. So I'm concerned about the lack of due diligence of the staff and what seemed to me like an unwarranted snub of that grant that would be a constructive resolution to this problem. So, in the spirit of communitarian spirit, and also in considering the First Amendment issues in play for any music and any performance, and the fact that it's a commercial property and people that live near a commercial property do not have a particular expectation that there might not be this type of noise impact in the future, whether it was there or not to begin. It's like moving next to the farm and complaining about the manure that's being spread. So, I have a great interest and concern for the neighbors, but they also can close windows, and I think it could be worked out, and I stand ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for either of our registrants? Alder Martinez-Rutherford?
Can I ask that Mr. Sherwood be able to finish his...
You moving an extra minute?
Yes, please. I'm moving an extra minute for Alex Sherwood.
Is there any objection to an extra minute for Alex Sherwood? Seeing no objection, Alex, do you want to have an extra minute?
Thank you, Dina. Yeah, I think I could do this in a minute. So what I was going to say is standard 3 specifically asked whether harm to the neighborhood is foreseeable, and so I'd like the council to hear the applicant's own answer to that question. This is from a post on the applicant's official social media page, a page with hundreds of thousands of followers, and it was published after the Plan Commission's first denial. Quote, The guy next to us at our Madison location organized the neighbors to petition the city to reject our amplified music permit. So we brought in a 5-piece brass band instead. Beautiful music, a free artistic gift to the community, perfectly legal, yet somehow enraging to our neighbor. And so my question is harm foreseeable in the context of Standard 3? And I think the applicant has answered that question himself. And thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for either of the registrants on this item? Alder Pritchett?
Yes. I would like to ask, assuming that you have a young family, kids that are trying to sleep, and let's say the location of their bedroom is next to where the noise is, would that be problematic?
Certainly.
Okay, the second question.
If you could come up to the microphone, because we have people on Zoom that need to hear you. Thank you.
Sure, the answer to the question is certainly.
Did you have another question, Alder?
Yes. The next question is this. There is a noise ordinance. There's a noise ordinance, for the city of Madison. And I understand that there should be, I think, a distance of 40 to 60 yards away from noise. Have you explored looking at the noise ordinance to see how this would align with what you're asking for or what you're trying to get the owner of the beer garden to do?
No, I'm not completely familiar with the noise ordinance and how that could or would be enforced. Like I said in my statement, we've avoided calling the police just because it's the east side. I feel like the police have enough to deal with in our neighborhood, but like I said, maybe that's the wrong attitude.
And what is your ask, of the operator of the beer garden? He said that he was willing to work with you and you could work it out. What conditions would you be looking for specifically?
My ask is that amplified sound in this space is not tenable. I think a beer garden is enough. They have an indoor space that they can do music. I've seen them do special events in the parking lot out front on the other side in the beer garden that they applied for, and that's totally fine on the other side of the building. But the beer garden that is adjacent to our home, I have a hard time imagining any type of amplification working in that particular setup.
And the last question is, if you work, let's say, the graveyard shift, from, let's say, midnight to 7 a.m., and you're trying to get that last vestige of sleep, would that interfere with your sleep?
Well, precisely. And that is actually the situation of our next door neighbor who is within, I think, 80 feet of the beer garden. His son does work night shifts and is sleeping during the proposed hours of this amplified sound application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for this registrant? Seeing none, thank you. Any further questions on this item? Okay. All right, then the next item with registrants wishing to speak is item 55, which is a substitute amending sections of Madison General Ordinances to add public reporting requirements for the Office of the Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board. Our first registrant wishing to speak on this item is Helen Louise Mills of District 10, to be followed by Kristen Shepke, to be followed by Kim Ian Richmond. Do we have Helen?
Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say. I speak on behalf of a number of folk. I am on the PCOB. I moved that the PCOB reject the amendments and that the city would reject the amendments with prejudice, which was asking for 60 days for us to be able to do the work that we need to do and then be able to engage in a conversation. I publicly invited all of the alders to reach out to me personally. Only one reached out to me personally. I reached out to the rest of you via email, and several of you met with me, and I appreciate that. My hope is that you will reject the amendments and engage in an open government conversation. That's what MGR originally said in the March 25th meeting, that he was trying to open government, do stuff with open government, and yet this entire process has been the opposite of that. None of the documents that independent monitor Glass posted today have been included in Legistar, which are in opposition to all of the counsel that the council has been receiving. It has not been an open process in engaging with us. It was created in an open process with 10 open meetings where the rules were suspended and people were able to engage in truly open engagement, and that's what we would like to see happen again. We also have some amendments we'd like to see. We just put out 2 reports and no one has responded to them. I would like an amendment that says you're required to respond to the report. So we have some really good conversation that we can have. And we'd like to have that conversation. We just need time and we need resources. That's all I have. I could just, no, just kidding.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kristen Shepke of District 10, to be followed by Kim Ian Richmond, to be followed by Nicholas Davies. Do we have Kristen? Doesn't look like we have Kristen in the room.
Kristen just needs to unmute on their end.
Kristen,
Mayor.
it looks like you might be on the phone, so it's *6 to unmute yourself. Right, but given the number of registrants, Kristen, we're going to come back to you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Nicholas Davies, to be followed by David Blaska.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate you being here. I'm speaking in support of Legistar 92386, and I urge the Common Council to vote yes. First of all, thank you, Alder MGR. I don't think he's here tonight after ending his term. Thank you to him for leading, and thank you to the co-sponsors for going forward with these necessary ordinance revisions. The OIM and the PCOB cannot continue to operate as is. Some have called them dysfunctional, incompetent, and entitled. They need an immediate implementation of robust governance, formal protections, and yes, more oversight. It's time to fill some open holes in those 2 original ordinances. I've read all 13 or 14 attachments to the Legistar. There are many good points, but one stands out. The lack of a clear administrative structure has contributed to delays in responding to public record requests, confusion about authority and responsibility across city departments, and lawsuits that have resulted in legal and financial repercussions, unquote. It was recently revealed that sensitive, unredacted documents MPD shared with the OIM were being uploaded to a personal device and analyzed with software that was not approved by the city's IT department. The PCOB has also ignored concerns from city officials that the OIM may have violated state laws. The PCOB strongly objected to the new ordinance when it was introduced last month, with members telling the Common Council to stop bothering them with frequent changes. If things aren't working, it's time for changes. We don't want an appointed board going rogue and rejecting amendments by people who we elected to make those decisions. I find it bizarre that the PCOB would not discuss Alder MGR's changes, and they voted to table the discussion of the ordinance indefinitely. Why can't they get past the conflict to reach a point of negotiation or unity? In my opinion, it's because it's a classic case of stonewalling. Madisonians have had enough of their hard-earned wages disappearing into endless bureaucracy and lawsuits caused by the PCOB. regardless of who is responsible for past problems
You have about 30 seconds.
or how they're characterized tonight, the structural issue remains. The board has operated for almost 6 years without meaningful accountability, transparency, and metrics to the people of Madison, and that shift of structure needs to change tonight. I encourage you to vote yes and be safe and make good choices. And I yield my glasses to Alder Madison.
Thank you. Looks like Kristen has unmuted, so our next registrant is Kristen Shepke of District 10. Kristen? Looks like you're unmuted on our end, Kristen. But if you're talking, we can't hear you. I wonder if it's a headset problem or...
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm totally really unprepared for this because I didn't get a thing, so I didn't think I was going to be able to speak, and then I heard my name. I am against approving these amendments. I think that there's been a lot of information pushed out really quickly that is inaccurate, and I think that's been done by design. And I think we're just going to hear a lot of people urging, yes, vote on these things, yes, because they've been inflamed by this false information. And I think that, like, the Office of the Independent Monitor hasn't even really had a chance to respond and hasn't had responses from the people, you people who are going to be voting on it. And I think in terms of the issues that have been brought up, that we have a new independent monitor, and I think that shows that the system works. And we don't have any issues with everything present. And just the manner in which these amendments have come to bear, I don't like it. And so I would also ask that you vote in opposition to it and that you really come together and talk. And I think that you will see that there isn't really a need for these amendments and that they would be extremely harmful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nicholas Davies of District 15, to be followed by David Blaska, to be followed by Rachel Cole Kincaid. Do we have Nicholas?
Yeah, good evening. Bill Luders of the Wisconsin Freedom of Information Council discovered that Madison police closed over 100 internal investigations just in Q1 of this year, and this included 25 investigations regarding police vehicles, 14 regarding use of force, 11 regarding legal authority, 3 about weaponry, 1 domestic abuse, 1 sexual assault, and only 2 of these led to disciplinary action. The rest of these investigations, the other 98% of them, were closed without disciplinary action, and that's just not a plausible ratio. It really demonstrates the continued urgency and relevance of a fully operational independent monitor. These investigations were not shared directly with the public, and MPD did not release these records according to the timeline specified in Wisconsin open records law. When accountability isn't independent, this is what you can expect. I was shocked to hear that MPD was able to arbitrarily, unilaterally cut off the OIM's access to their data that the OIM needs in order to carry out their mission. The fact that MPD can choose to pause accountability whenever they see fit shows that we don't have this system fully matured yet. OIM's access shouldn't require MPD's permission or even their knowledge. Some have pointed out that the OIM can get accredited directly through the Wisconsin DOJ, and I don't know if that's fully independent from the law enforcement either, but it could be a good short-term solution. I urge you not to further inhibit the OIM's independence from MPD and from the mayor's office. That independence was intentional from the start, and the importance of that hasn't changed. I urge you not to put further administrative burden on the OIM without further resources. Those over 100 internal MPD investigations, how many people were involved in those, and how many departmental staff supported those people to allow them to carry out those investigations without also having to do the work of running a city department? the OIM is only 2.6 FTEs. That's about as small as a city department can be. By under-resourcing this department, the council has put them in a barely tenable position to start with, and then some members of council, now former members, attempted to blame the OIM for that and place further administrative requirements on them as if that's going to help. But to expect this 2.6 FTE department to act like a department that has adequate funding and staffing and support without actually providing those things, it's only going to make the situation less tenable.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Lastly, I just want to say seeking to create a political appointee position on the PCOB is just opportunism. I'm not saying that PCOB structure has to be set in stone, but I don't think that this change has been justified. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Blaska of District 10, to be followed by Rachel Cole Kincaid, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry. Do we have David?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. People, let's face it, the Independent Police Monitor has been just one giant toothache for all of its 5 years. It was founded on a lie, the lie that Madison police are institutionally racist. It was created as a political ransom to buy off the social justice warriors and their charges of racism following the George Floyd hysteria. If Madison police really were racist, where are the civil rights judgments? Where are the Department of Justice consent decrees? Its oversight board requires at least one member with a criminal history. Nominees are accepted only from a curated list of social justice agencies. Its first monitor accomplished nothing. Right before he bailed on Madison, Police Chief Sean Barnes accused the monitor of, and this is a quote, fishing through research papers to create some kind of punishment for the police department, end quote. Talk about entitled. It demands to be immune from city personnel, IT, procurement, and public records rules. Its data cruncher plays with sensitive crime reports on its personal computer at his home with no supervision and no apologies. The monitor is the answer to a trivia contest. She reports that 8 cases have been closed. Chief among them is an incident where a police sergeant on State Street declined to return a fist bump to a young adult and followed that with a profanity or two. The department had already disciplined the sergeant by the time the monitor got to the case. Independent? Then why was Greg Gilumbiak a regular at the Justice for Tony rallies? Conflict of interest? It will actually pay people to sue the city. Maya Pearson is only the latest chairman of the Oversight Board to be arrested. And don't worry, the monitor is on that case too. The whole apparatus is duplicative. The Police and Fire Commission can impose discipline and even terminate. Now that is real oversight. The monitor is more trouble than it's worth. $1.4 million in taxpayer money, $273,000 paid out in racial discrimination lawsuits, and nothing to show for it. Now think about it, racial discrimination lawsuits. Talk about irony. Now the monitor is threatening legal action against the city in its bid to avoid accountability.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I urge you to vote yes on these amendments, but unless you want protracted litigation, the easiest way out of this mess is to abolish the police monitor and its oversight board. Admit your mistake and move on. Then open a more visible front door to the well-established, legally constituted, and more impactful Police and Fire Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Cole Kincaid of District 12, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry, to be followed by Linda Ketchum. Do we have Rachel?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I won't take up much time. I was on the first 4 years of the PCOB as a board member. And yes, we did hit quite a few bumps. But I say that only to say that last week, Moses sponsored a PCOB listening session, and I got so excited because it is finally doing what we envisioned it to do by the ordinance that we were given by the city council. So I strongly, strongly oppose any amendments to that, as we are now finally doing what we set out to do. So I would say please don't put any, don't push back and put any road bumps in the way. Let it do what it's supposed to do. And remember that this is a model, the first of its kind in Wisconsin. And so it's going to take a while to get set up, but we're doing it. We're doing it. I'm so excited. So strongly oppose putting up any amendments that cause barriers to it acting independently. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sharon Irwin Henry of District 6, to be followed by Linda Ketchum, to be followed by MGR Govindarajan. Sharon?
Hi. I probably don't need this. I am letting you know I'm here for one reason, and I've been here for 11 years for the same reason. The independent monitor and the office is a necessary thing here in in Madison, Wisconsin. It's going to do things for us. Like she said, we just got started on this. I have a whole lot of things that I can say. I want to say to the city attorney, you cannot legally be the attorney for the city, for the police, and for the OMI at the same time. A definite and clear conflict of interest. Who are you going to support? You definitely aren't going to support us. You're going to support the city. That's your job. To try to make your job our job, or our job your job, is a real injustice for seriousness. We have a brand new Chief of Patterson. We have a brand new IM. The stuff that was brought up was used to give you fear. Let's fear this. Oh, we got to be afraid. And then you smear behind it. I've been down those streets with this. You smeared my grandson with no cause. Here, let me give you a headline. Madison, here. Tony Records released hundreds of records, they say. All the way down to the bottom of that column on the 7th paragraph that nobody reads, it says his father's records. My grandson had one of those hundreds of records, but everybody in the city of Madison, guess what you believed? That he was a bad kid so he could suffer the consequences of being shot 7 times for no reason. Now, I'm very, very passionate about this, as you can see. You do not need to be a part of that. Michael, I have told you and Aaron several times in individual emails over the last 6 months. Stay out. It's not your place. Let them do their job. Look, here's the truth. You want to vet them through the Criminal Justice Information Service. The same thing the police use. Vet them that way, then every bit of the security problems you have are gone.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I hear you. You have a brand new, both of those. They can work together. I trust both the new police office, chief of police, and the IM. Give them an opportunity. Say no to this, because a lot of what was said was based on lies and not truth and stuff that doesn't need to be. Okay.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum of District 4.
Monitor and a PCOB. In June of 2000, monitor and a PCOB. In June of 2016, the Urban League hosted a gathering of Black community leaders to respond to the violent arrest of an 18-year-old teenager who was punched, kneed, and tasered by MPD officers as she was arrested outside of Madison Mall. Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings, after reviewing the video of the brutal arrest, said, "I've seen drug dealers not get that type of treatment. Essentially, I thought that the protocol was that you tried to de-escalate." There was the open letter from clergy to Mayor Soglin and the Common Council urging them to utilize their authority under Chapter 62 of the Wisconsin statutes to order the Madison Police Chief and Department to cooperate with the comprehensive review process being funded by the city. These are just a few of the incidents that led to the creation of the OMI and PCOB. This context is important as you debate the proposed amendments to the ordinance, amendments that undermine the integrity and independence of the Office of Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board for reasons you've already heard this evening. Madison General Ordinance 5.19 was the work of Madison alders, community members, people with lived experience, and other recognized subject matter experts, some of them internationally recognized. The Council's adoption of the ad hoc committee's recommendations and the creation of the Office of Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board stand as one of those rare moments in Dane County where the voices of people with lived experience were heard, respected, and their input was acted on. And yet repeatedly, we find ourselves here working to preserve the integrity of the ordinance. It was even undermined earlier when a former police department employee was named as the interim independent monitor for 2 weeks, a direct violation of the ordinance.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I urge you to consider alternative language, perhaps sent to you on April 13th by Alex Saluto in his rebuttal memo to the council. That language addresses your APM concerns while preserving the structural integrity. Please reject the proposed amendments and preserve the independence and integrity and accountability of the Office of Independent Police Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is MGR Govindarajan of District 8, to be followed by Elizabeth Bruno, to be followed by Karen Reese. MGR? MGR is online. If you can unmute him, please. Try that. You should be able to unmute, MGR.
Cool. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Well, my name's still says VP. That's wrong. But hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm here to speak in favor of the substitute version 2 on agenda item number 55. Much of what I'm going to be saying is in the updated legislative memo, which is attachment number 1 on Legistar. The ordinance's impact. Can you guys hear me? Was that muted?
Yeah, we lost you for a minute there.
Okay. The ordinance's impact here is to provide clarification on how the OIM functions within the city processes and procedures. It was drafted after 2 PCOB meetings, follow-up conversations with the board members, discussions with alders and city staff. The goal of the substitute is to provide clarification and not to do structural change. It reinforces the OIM's independence in their core mission while emphasizing accountability in their administration. Over the last couple of years, there's been many one-off scenarios in the OIM and PCOB that has led many people questioning the outcomes from the OIM and PCOB. This extent, I think, actually turns into a pattern and showcases the structural issues instead. This is more about consistency in following the rules and laws, transparency with actually sending the reports to the council, which they still haven't done this year, for example, and to encourage the OIM and PCOB to work within the existing city procedures. Nothing in version 2 allows the council, mayor, or city staff to interfere with the investigations, findings, or recommendations of the OIM. Those are completely, fully independent, and they remain so. Earlier today, I did send an email to all of the alders, which immediately got caught by the spam filter. I appreciate Alder Madison for forwarding that email to all of the alders, but I encourage you all to look at that because that email will kind of explain the major differences between Alder Glenn's alternate and the substitute in front of you. I appreciate the work that Alder Glenn put into it, her alternate, because when she first shared it with me about 2 weeks ago, there were many good ideas there that was incorporated into the substitute, but not everything was incorporated. So the email kind of goes through and explains why I did choose to add some parts and not add other parts over the last couple weeks. I'll close with this. The OIM has real potential, and the PCOB can really serve a great service to our city, but for it to be able to succeed long-term, it needs to be both independent and operationally sound. I believe that the substitute, which is version number 2 on Legistar, achieves that best. I'm not going to talk too long, but if anyone has questions...
20 seconds left.
Right. If anyone has questions, I'll be on the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Please silence your phones. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Elizabeth Bruno of District 15, to be followed by Karen Reese, to be followed by Gregory Glembiak. Elizabeth? Doesn't look like we have Elizabeth in the room or on Zoom, so we'll come back. Our next registrant then is Karen Reese of District 14, to be followed
Hi,
by...
everyone.
All right. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead. Is that Elizabeth or Karen?
This is Karen. Sorry.
Okay. So Karen will be followed by Gregory Glumbiak to be followed by Hope Vang. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition of these ordinance revisions. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of District 14, but I do want to note that I work for one of the nominating organizations, and it's my responsibility to nominate community members to participate on this board. So I have quite a bit of awareness with this and have followed all of the work that has led up to the creation of the OIM and the PCOB. And while these entities got off to a rough start, under new leadership, they have made so much progress. I've been really impressed in seeing all the work that they've gotten done, including a comprehensive report and clearing some of the backlog on their record. This is a brand new initiative here in Madison, but there are many examples across the country of how these independent offices need to be run to be effective. And the great thing here is we have a national expert as our interim monitor right now, and we've seen the benefits of having that in-house. I'm always amazed how we as a city often feel the need to reinvent the wheel or ignore or doubt an existing evidence base on which we could be building. I understand that this may be confusing or uncomfortable because to run this effectively, the OIM and the PCOB must operate differently than other city related entities. However, we owe it to the people that put in so many years of work to bring this to fruition, and more importantly, the people who have been harmed by our police department to give this the time and attention it needs to be the great model that it can be to serve all of the residents in Madison. It's very clear from a memo issued today by the Independent Monitor that the public has not been given a full or accurate picture of what's really going on here. If anything, it's clear that Common Council members and city staff need to be more communicative and consistent in engaging with this body. And they can do that without having a council member on the committee, and they can do that by attending the open meetings that already exist. We can all talk to each other without making changes to ordinances. I'm not saying this structure is perfect because it's new and evolving. There may be structural changes, but it's very premature and disruptive to the board's work to propose ordinance changes, which will be very restrictive to adapting to what we learn as these bodies operate going forward.
About 20 seconds left.
Yep. Again, I urge you to vote no on these amendments and give the OIM and the PCOB the time and attention it needs to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Glumbiak of District 6, to be followed by Hope Vang, to be followed by Milka Rimmer. Do we have Greg?
Hi, I'm Greg Glumbiak, and I'm the data analyst for OIM. After prayer and meditation, and after consulting with various people, I've decided to engage in a Satyagraha fast. Satyagraha is a term coined by Gandhi and means truth force, the force of truth. I've been fasting with only water since early yesterday afternoon and will continue doing so for now. Such a fast is not meant as a coercive measure. It is done to prick the conscience of your interlocutor, to appeal to the moral principles in fighting injustice. It is a calling in, and it is done in a spirit of love. I do have concerns about this path. It is not my intent to center myself, and it's an unusual course of action that could lead to further disparagement. But I feel this is one of the only tools I have available now. Right now, there's a lot of false and defamatory information circulating, including about my handling of MPD files, and decisions are being made based on that misinformation. But there are truths here. The truth is not unknowable. I can tolerate defamatory claims about myself, but not when they're being used to undermine essential aspects of our police oversight agency. And there is so much that alders currently lack knowledge of. I will add that city staff interacting with OIPM PCOB have violated state statutes, ordinances, APMs, and my constitutional rights. I say this after having personally consulted 2 top attorneys, including a civil rights attorney. I have sought to act in good faith and to give people grace and to avoid opening the Pandora's box around all of that. One option is that a committee of alders and PCB members be set up to work through the ordinance issues here, or some process along those lines. I'm not speaking for the office or the monitor or the PCOB in suggesting this. These are my thoughts alone. The city does have some legitimate concerns, and there are good reasons for PCB members to have been upset at the process so far. The process has not been collaborative. The amendments as they stand, including the alternate, would be very harmful to police oversight and have been advanced based on misinformation. And a robust and independent police oversight mechanism is essential to prevent deaths and the racial harms associated with law enforcement. Indeed, I first got involved in police reform because of the horrible death of an unarmed neighbor at the hands of MPD officer.
You have about 30 seconds left.
In closing, the original design of our oversight structure and ordinances were crafted laboriously over years, consulting with experts nationally. The current process bears no resemblance to that. So I appeal to your conscience and sense of decency. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Hope Vang of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Milka Rimmer, to be followed by MT Yang. Hope?
Hi, everybody. I am here today as someone who cares deeply about survivors of gender-based violence. More to be specific, Black and Southeast Asian women, girls, and LGBTQ people. In fact, I'm also on the board specifically because I care so deeply about survivors and holding people who cause harm to survivors accountable for what they do. I'm here, to urge you to vote no on these amendments, specifically because we need to maintain this ordinance and keep the independence of the board and the office. We need to make our community, right, needs to actually have a place that they can go to that they actually trust. This can't happen unless they are completely independent from the city. I work with survivors day in and day out, and a lot of them actually do not want to come to resources that are associated with the city because the city has not actually poured into them the way that survivors need to be poured into. And if there is, if the accountability system is tied to the city, some place that they actually already do not trust and do not have a relationship with, they're not going to want to actually go to any place to hold harm doers accountable, right? And so we need to actually maintain the independence so that survivors can have a place that they can go to that they trust. We need a formation that actually builds and cultivates and listens to the most impacted communities, especially when they are harmed by police. And I feel like I'm repeating myself, right? And I don't know how else to share with you all that actually this ordinance is stripping away the independence of the office and the board. I want to uplift the leadership of the PCOB chair and the IPM and their work. They're experts and they're Black women, right? And I want to really highlight that the scrutiny that is coming to the OIPM and the board is ridiculous, right? When you look at who's actually leading this work, I want you all to really think about, are you actually passing something that is going to be for community, or are you passing something because you have interpersonal conflict with the people who are leading this work? I think that the escalation in the changing of ordinances is ridiculous when this actually doesn't happen to the police department. If you are upset with the police, you actually go to them and have discussions. That has not been made. That option has not been given to the PCOB or the OIPM. And if you're upset with MPD, you don't go and change law, right? You're not going to go require them to do things. I have not seen that happen, right? And I think that it's really unfair to compare the PCOB and the OIPM to MPD when they are so well resourced.
That's your time. Thank you very much.
They are so well resourced, and the OIPM and the PCOB are not resourced at all.
That's your 3 minutes.
And
we give everyone 3 minutes, and Your time is up now. If the council wants to ask you to finish your statement or to answer questions, they can when we're done with everyone having their 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Milka Rimmer of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by MT Yang, to be followed by Ariel Merritt. Do we have Milka?
Milka's not here.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, do we have MT Yang of District 14, representing Freedom Inc.? I think MT might be. And then MT will be followed by Ariel Merritt, who will be followed by Yi Lor. Go ahead.
Hello to Common Council. My name is Mai Toya, and I'm a resident here at Dane County. Thank you all for creating space and time for me to share my testimony. I'm here today to express the changes that are happening in Police Civilian Oversight Board. There are many problems with this proposal, but I will be focusing on one which requires the use of city attorney rather than an independent attorney on the board. I oppose to having the city attorney on the PCOB. There are things that city attorneys do that are in direct conflict with independent oversight of police. These conflicts would make the police oversight board less efficient in accomplishing what they were originally set up to do. For example, when the oversight board works on a case and they reveal some information that had occurred from the police actions, the city attorney is going to do their best to protect the police by concealing information. This is not what we want. It is important that it stays as an independent attorney so that those who are most impacted by the police actions can continue to seek justice for themselves. Also, one of the mission of the Oversight Board is to hold the police accountable for the wrongdoing that they have done to the community. If we put a city attorney on this board, the police will be held less accountable for their actions. With this being said, I urge you to oppose to all the changes to the Police Oversight Board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ariel Merritt of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Yi Lor, to be followed by Janae Thompson. Do we have Ariel?
Yep. Hello, good evening, Common Council. My name is Ariel Merritt, and I am a Dane County resident, and I'm here today representing Freedom Inc. and the Black and Southeast Asian survivors that we serve. I'm also here today as a community member who is deeply concerned about the changes proposed to the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the impact it will have on the effectiveness and validity of the PCOB. The PCOB was born out of necessity for and by civilians who are most impacted by policing. The role of PCOB has become even more relevant as we face a rise in surveillance and over-policing of Black and Brown communities. The PCOB's purpose is clear and urgent: for community members to hold police accountable when they fail to protect and serve. When incidents of police violence happen, we cannot trust the police to hold themselves accountable. The proposed changes undercut the protection of the PCOB and weakens its independence. To make community control and accountability possible, this PCOB must be accessible, transparent, and empowered to the people most impacted. I urge you to reject any proposed changes that reduce the board's authority, limit access to needed records, or place control back into the hands of the very systems that cause harm. That completely strips the PCOB of any legitimacy. For communities like mine, weakening the PCOB will only make us less safe. It sends a message to my people that accountability can just be negotiated away. I ask you to center the voices of our most vulnerable to policing and preserve the independence of the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Yi Lor of District 14 to be, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Janae Thompson, to be followed by Kayana Adams.
Okay, we are Yi Xiong.
My name is Yi Xiong.
Yeah. One
of the things I'm not too appreciative of regarding the kids that may not get in trouble, still giving penalties.
chỉ mà tụ lăng chỉ một cái lăng tu một cái cho cô già rau đó tụ bên bên này nè cô hai
that are being prosecuted, that some of these are being prosecuted without warning.
bộ lý của chính trang rồi bây giờ mong là chỉ cho ít lần tạm cho mình cả đó
I
là
feel
mà bây
like
giờ
the police officers are not truthfully with the way they treated our Hmong community.
dạ mà bây giờ đó từ lo từ khen to đó chỉ muốn ra chỉ muốn họ từ nhỏ từ chẳng nên nó bởi để cho nuôi ở trong chỉ là
Without the example what the Dr. King has been treated,
mình giúp một cái trái mà to nó tất cả là bây giờ nằm
and when they see the other, they started to give in situation of trouble.
cú tu nó cú to tiểu đó cú giờ ít tu thà hạ thì họ
I came to the United States as a woman, a soldier.
cú cho chi thì mình nhỏ đại cú nó to to để cho nó lại
I brought 5 kids with me, and I don't receive any benefits.
lại chú nhà bên nó cho cậu cú chỉ có MBC
And I'm struggle with the language, not be able to speak English, and learning the ABC.
cú tu ô yêu cú cho mình nhỏ lòng tạm mà cho gì ta cú
And now I have, raised all these children on my own, and they all have grown up.
rồi chẳng chú mà nhà cú nó mà hay bị khó lắm mà mua thế này cú chỉ sẽ cho bố lý nó
I am angry because I was not getting the benefits, and I feel that the police officers are not treated fairly.
cho bố lý nó hành động nó cho mà cũng cầu thế này chỉ cho xe này
If I talking too much, they will put me into prison as well.
nếu vậy tu bố lý mà ya chủ cho còn giam gì nữa
If you're a police officer, you should be fair.
cú chỉ cho xe cho nó cú to li họ
And this is my angry until my death apart.
nó cú tên bên nhỏ một cầu thì chỉ cho chỉ tu sa chỉ
This including my children, some of them were put into prison.
cú sa cầu nó nông có chạy mà cầu
I want to make sure that the laws are followed through and the policies are applied.
bố lý tông nhẹ vì cho nên tu rồi chạy nó chỉ muốn nhẹ trong nó đấy chỉ muốn nó trong nó đấy
And now with putting those in prison, it's hard to find anything to support.
chạy thọ có bố lý sao on the
And asking the police to be fair.
thế cho nên ai là ya nè đàn nào hút đó còn muốn đàn nào cơ thế chứ mà muốn bé cực đó
And I
Đàn
ask
nào
him
chỗ nào
the same thing with the ICE happening right now with Donald Trump.
muốn bé tên năng lộ to bỏ chơi đó chỉ muốn nông cái gì chứ nào
And with some of the killing that you see, some of the incidents happened recently.
cái gì chỉ xe rồi họ để muốn bé tên năng to bỏ chơi
This really making me angry.
chỉ muốn cái gì bé rồi dạ bé cứ trong đi lỗi thế
We feel
nào
like we are not well.
sao để nên phải đi cũng nói chỉ là ít tu năng tha nó tôi cũng
Is it because I'm ugly physically, and because of my service to the military?
mình cả chiến tranh của bé tôi nói nó bé chỉ tôi nhiên nó bé dùng ha tao chỉ nó bé
I want you to believe my story. First, arrived in
chỉ từ bên nhỏ nói của
Illinois,
người yêu này
and now raising 5 children, grown out of my own.
chỉ bơi tu MBC này đâu
I
chỉ
couldn't learn any
có
alphabet. Started alphabet, learning ABC.
của hai của tụ khăn đó chạy ra
This
đấy
is just for myself.
ít tôi năng trong lên của nó là chỉ sai chỉ tàu là cho những món của tên mình nhỏ một câu thế chỉ dùng xe này nè sai cho họ số câu mà câu mà tôi
And this
sai
is my
trong
anger.
bằng mà
I really
câu
feel the law should be fair, and any prosecution and putting people in jail should investigate before.
mỗi lần lo police chỉ muốn câu chỉ hỏi chỉ cho một câu cho police nó sai chỉ tàu với cho mong cho năng đủ hồ nó
I
bé
feel
cứ
like
dùng ý là đi lỡ thế nào
our people are being racist and prejudiced against.
chỉ cho để lỡ police mỗi tôi nói tổ là tổ nhé là
It is
bố bé
important
nó
that your role as a police officer, you should look at your responsibility and be fair.
You have about a minute left.
chỉ bố bé nó nè chẳng hay một police chỉ cho là领导师我做
Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the council members not aware of the rule, when we have an interpreter, we give them a full 6 minutes rather than the 3 minutes. Our next registrant is Janae Thompson of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Kiana Adams, to be followed by Yvette Walker. Janae?
Hello, members of the Common Council. My name is Janae. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I represent Freedom Inc., an organization that serves and empowers queer, Black, and Southeast Asian women, girls, and gender expansive folks in District 14. The people that we serve represent my Hmong elder right here. And before we talk about the incompetence of a police civilian oversight board that is, reaching 6 years old at this point, before we point out the incompetence in community organizations that are trying to serve and empower victims and survivors facing gender-based violence, we should really look internally at the infrastructure that we provide for these people trying to tell their stories. We heard our elder up here talking, and we did not get her full story with the infrastructure that is provided by the Common Council. There are people here, people capable of giving that opportunity, giving that resource so that we can reach out and help everyone in our community, which is what we are supposed to be doing, which is a core function of the Police Civilian Oversight Board and Independent Monitor. And there are key components of this proposed amendments that will have severe, negative, disproportionate effects on the communities I live in, serve, and represent. I strongly urge the Common Council to reject the amendments that would change or otherwise restrict access to MPD data records and require that the independent police monitor use city attorneys for most legal work. Too often, our people are questioned without legal representation, judged without due process, and incarcerated for being in poverty, living with substance abuse disorders, or surviving domestic violence and sexual assault. For queer, Black, and Southeast Asian communities, especially survivors of interpersonal and gender-based violence, our people are criminalized, blamed without hesitation. Proposing policies that block pathways to police accountability, whether through providing data or whatever means to get the legal recommendations or suggestions that would strengthen our community's control over policing, moves us in the wrong direction, further widening the gap between uninterrupted police violence and access to community healing and restoration. The Police Civilian Oversight Board is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but adding an alderman to the board is too ridiculous to consider. It directly undermines the core function of the board, stains the integrity of the Common Council. This is a governing body that suggests that they can't trust its constituents to go to an independent monitor and resolve their issues without the police. In an organization, a department that oftentimes exacerbates harms in our communities if they aren't the root causes of them. And lastly, to those who make this process unnecessarily hard, unnecessarily complicated.
That's your time. Thank you. All right. Next registrant is Kiana Adams of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Yvette Walker, to be followed by Hua Yang. Kiana?
Good evening. My name is Kiana, and I am a Madison resident speaking in opposition to these proposed changes to the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor. At the center of this conversation lies one simple truth. Civilians need oversight because no institution should be able to enforce accountability onto people without having to take accountability for their actions as well. The proposed changes seem harmless, but together they would significantly weaken the independence and effectiveness of the Civilian Oversight Board in Madison. The PCOB exists to serve the community with transparency, independence, and fairness. When people experience harm, misconduct, bias, or abuse of power, they need to know there is an independent body that will listen seriously. For many people, especially Black communities, marginalized communities, and those who have historically been over-policed, trust is not built by asking people to blindly believe the system. Trust is built when there is visible, independent accountability. Oversight also protects everyone in the community. It protects the people because we have aid when misconduct occurs, and it protects officers that act in good faith as it ensures policy and standards are upheld. Our community created the Oversight Board to ensure safer communities for all. That purpose still matters today. I urge you to vote no to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Yvette Walker of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Hua Yang, to be followed by Zheng Cha.
Hello, members of the Common Council. My name is Yvette, and I'm a Madison resident and a member of Freedom Inc. I'm speaking today to urge you to vote no to the opposed OIM ordinance amendments. I am opposed to the proposed changes because this would take away the very reason why the OIM was created in the first place. It was always meant to be an unbiased, independent entity apart from the police and the city. Community members wanted accountability. The creation of the OIM was the first step towards making that progress. If the changes that are being proposed go into effect, this will take away that independence. How can the OIM be independent if they are forced to rely on the city attorney instead of being able to consult independent legal counsel? The same city council that represents the police department. That is a conflict of interest at best. Community members would be less inclined to bring their concerns and complaints to the OIM if these changes are made. Also, how can the OIM do a thorough investigation without having access to the police database? Seems like another tactic to hinder what this office was intended to do. I'm sure there are more reasonable ways to get these concerns accomplished rather than by dismantling a structure that the people asked for, that the council voted for, and after 6 years is starting to work. When the Common Council has a problem, you do not strip yourselves of your powers. You try to fix the problem while you keep your powers. If there's an issue with the OIM, then let's fix that problem, not take away the minimal powers that they currently have. I will end by saying that the proposed amendments are not in favor of the community. Our interests should be considered in this important decision. I urge you all to once more to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Hua Yang of District 14, representing Freedom Inc., to be followed by Zheng Cha.
I am here today in opposition of the proposed amendments. The proposed changes would have significant impacts on victims and survivors and the integrity of the OIM. I'm talking specifically about the amendment for the city to hire the data analysis and the admin role, which has many moral concerns. So the first impact would be that it would reduce independence. The purpose of an independent police monitor is to provide oversight that is separate from the police and political pressure. If the city directly controls hiring, firing, or evaluations, victims and survivors will question whether the monitor can freely investigate misconduct, especially if complaints involve city leadership, police command staff, or politically sensitive incidents. It would also cause conflict of interest. The city is often responsible for defending itself legally and financially when misconduct arises. If the same system that may face liability also controls the oversight of the staff, it will cause direct conflict of interest. If this happens, the community will stop reporting misconducts and it will lose trust in the OIM. It will also erode community trust. Communities, especially Black, brown, immigrant, queer, trans women and youth, historically over-policed communities, often rely on independent oversight because traditional systems continue to fail them. If oversight appears less independent, people will stop filing complaints or engaging with the process. These folks are most impacted by policing, and passing these amendments will further exclude them from systems claiming to protect them. It will also impact investigations. Staff may feel direct or indirect pressure to avoid strong findings, public criticism, or recommendations that challenge police leadership or city administration if their jobs depend on those same structures. And if the transition causes current staff to leave, the office may lose institutional knowledge, relationships with impacted communities, and investigative expertise. The current systems don't work for our communities, so we should not replicate or use the same systems to oversee this office of independent monitor. Even if the city says the change is administrative, we will interpret it as political control over administrative oversight. Think about the consequences The impact is real to our community. You're continuing to risk our lives, and we ask you to stop.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Community has been impacted for so long. We have been in the streets, we have been fighting, we have been using our time to fight for ourselves and our communities. If you want to be the progressive example, vote against these amendments.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Zeng Cha of District 14, representing Freedom Youth Squad. To be followed by Max Remu, to be followed by Zan Mua.
Good evening, Common Council elders. My name is Zhang, and I am a 10th grader who attends Madison West High School. I am also a youth organizer at Freedom Inc. I am also here to represent my Black and Southeast Asian Freedom Youth Squad leaders and say that we stand in opposition of the proposed changes to the Police Civilian Oversight Board. Just 6 years ago, Freedom Inc. successfully organized the Police Free School campaign to remove Madison Police Department, MPD, out of Madison metropolitan schools. We did this not only to get rid of the institution of policing in schools, but also to move towards community control. Community control is important because without the voice of those most vulnerable, we are failing to do them justice. The proposed change take away the independence of the PCOB and violate the very reason we are pushing for community control. For community control to work, we must be pushing for policies that strengthen the voice of the people. With this being said, we urge you to oppose the changes to the Police Civilian Oversight Board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Max Remo of District 14, representing Freedom Action Now, to be followed by Zan Moa, to be followed by Erica Bach. Max?
My name is Max Remo, and I'm representing Freedom Action Now and as a member and also a supporter of Freedom Inc. So in 2020, when urban rebellions were spreading across the country, local governments responded in a combination of two ways. One is they tried to crack down on those protesting against the murder of Black and other people of color. And the second is they tried instituting a series of fake reforms. And those fake reforms were not designed to improve the lives or the democratic processes in the communities of the people who were impacted, but instead were intended to confuse people into thinking that these were acceptable levels of change, and therefore they did not need to join in or continue with the protests. It is important to note that in order to sell these fake reforms, they were usually presented by elected officials who were Black or people of color. As the scenes of urban rebellion get more comfortably in the rearview mirror, many of these governments reveal just how fake these reforms were and started rolling them back to the way things were before the protests began and before the governments were forced to respond to the outrage of the people. Those of us in FAN, like our friends at Freedom Inc., support the democratization of public institutions, including employees of institutions who are paid to carry guns and given the right to deprive people of their liberties. So therefore, we support community control over police. And that means that we tell police what they do in our communities. Police don't tell us and then avoid accountability from us. I remember when our friends at Freedom Inc. were working on this very ordinance to get this board created, and they reached out to a group of their supporters, and they asked us our opinion about what the proposal was like, how it was shaping up, et cetera. They were very excited about the possibilities and potentials and asked my opinion, particularly as it related to other boards in the country that I was aware of. And I said that the proposal seems to be, on paper anyway, one of the strongest, with a lot of really strong elements, including community engagement to seat board members, subpoena power, concurrent investigations, and a whole other series of voice. So therefore, they were excited to hear, of course, this had a strong elements. So I said, therefore, this will never work. And they asked if it had such strong powers, why won't it work? And I reminded them of an old saying in radical movements. If voting or civilian oversight worked, they would make it illegal. The reason voting and civilian oversight are completely legal is those in power know that they can prevent it from being effective. They can prevent it from working. So I advise that either this would never pass as presented, or it will pass, and once it's passed, while the board is starting to get up and running, it will be completely undermined before it gets fully up to full speed, and that was in 2020. So I invite members of this community to consider these ideas. When Madison police murdered Tony Robinson in 2015, calls for community control and civilian oversight over the police were ignored, even though thousands of people engaged in mass protests across the city.
Sorry, that's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Zan Mua of District 14, representing Freedom Action Now, to be followed by Erica Bach, to be followed by Nathan Ryoko Maurer. Zan?
Hi, my name is Zhong Mo. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and thank you for being here tonight. I know this is probably going to be a long night. I'm a longtime resident of Madison and an organizer with Freedom Action Now. As Max had shared, we're a C4 organization building the power, building people and political power of Black and Southeast Asian survivors. And I'm here tonight, like many of the folks before me, to really urge you all to not move forward with the proposed amendments, particularly the provision requiring the monitor to rely on the city attorney for legal counsel. These bodies were created because our community needed real accountability and independence. And that means that oversight that is controlled by the same systems that it's supposed to hold accountable does not work, right? That is exactly what the proposal is doing. It is, right, and requiring the monitor to rely on the city attorney creates a clear structural conflict of interests. The city attorney's office represents the city as a municipal entity, and that includes the police department. That just does not make sense. It just does not work. And so I wanted to also talk about some national standards, right? Specifically from the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, and how they have identified independence as a core principle of effective oversight systems. And that includes independence in the decision-making authority, independence in access to information, and critically, independence in legal counsel. So similarly, right, with the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, they have also repeatedly emphasized that oversight bodies must be free from actual and perceived conflicts of interest. And once again, having the city attorney represent the office is a direct conflict of interest. And this proposal risks placing Madison in that position. From a policy standpoint, requiring the monitor to go through the city attorney may constrain legal interpretations related to investigative authority, limit the ability to challenge the denials of access to police records, introduce delays in ongoing investigations, and ultimately, it weakens the enforceability of oversight findings.
We have about 20 seconds left.
What it's supposed to do for the community. So if anything, my question is, does the city of Madison, does the mayor and common council want control of the office and the PCOB? Because from my understanding, those things are accountable to the community.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Erica Bach of Middleton, Wisconsin, to be followed by Nathan Ryoko Maurer, to be followed by Amelia Ryoko Maurer. Do we have Erica? Erica, you should be able to unmute yourself. All right, oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the body. There's not a lot that I can speak to that others haven't said or that you haven't hopefully read in your emails. I just want to highlight some of the historical importance for our newest council members, and congratulations on all of the re-elected positions because you've been part of this fight for a very long time. And so it's not lost on members of the community that we have been asking for community control of the police, which is far more of a radical idea than what is before you tonight. And so what the amendment and the substitutions that you have before you does is, I think, in some ways codify what the original asks and requests were. And in an ideal society, we would free up our police officers from doing social services work. We've heard from a number of Madison Police Department officials that they would rather not be social workers, and oftentimes they find themselves in those situations. So if you were to look at the sheer budget perspective of what having an independent monitor, an office of an independent monitor, and what having a police civilian oversight board, the cost of it, the efficiencies of those are less than 1% of the Madison Police Department's budget. It would truly be a failure not to maintain the standards that Independent Monitor Glass has put into place and that the current PCOB has been following over the last 12 months. And as you may have seen in public record, can be verified by the city attorney's office and specifically by Aaron Hilson, is the idea that any of the concerns that were presented in the original amendment by Alder MGR are no longer present. It's not anything that we would need you all to concern yourselves with, or we as the community ought to be concerned with. And I think that some of this is truly just like a jockeying for political position. Who has the trending topic at the moment? And if the OIM and PCOB are of interest, then their meeting minutes can be noted. They're all on Legistar. You all are welcome to read them. I've offered
30 seconds left.
Thank you. I've offered to every single member of the committee as well as to this community to go through and highlight the incredible work that has been done, certainly in the last 12 months. It would just really truly be a shame to change that now. This is 11 years in the making. Please do not make these changes, and please vote to oppose any of the substitutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nathan Reichomauer of Arena, Wisconsin, representing the Community Response Team, to be followed by Amelia Reichomauer, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe. Nathan?
Members of the Common Council and Mayor, thank you in advance for my 3 minutes. I'm here to address the public record that has been systematically distorted to undermine the independence of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. The evidence attached to the Independent Monitor's memo released today reveals a pattern of misinformation designed to support a specific political outcome, the dismantling of civilian police oversight in Madison. First, we must address the documented fabrications used to generate public mistrust. City staff misled the chief of police into believing an OIPM staff member gave an unauthorized interview attacking the department. Despite the monitor informing the chief that afternoon that no such interview occurred, the fabrication was allowed to stand, resulting in a front-page headline that damaged the office's reputation based on a lie. Similarly, the mayor's chief of staff sent a written scolding characterization of the monitor 4 days before he had even met her. These are not mere misunderstandings. They are factual impossibilities entered into the legislative record to justify restrictive amendments. Second, the administrative risks cited by former Alder Govindarajan have been refuted by the very department heads he claimed to represent. HR Director Hilson and IT Director Edgerton confirmed in writing that the concerns raised were either pre-tenure issues or entirely non-existent under current leadership. Most disturbingly, City Attorney Haas reportedly admitted that the Alder misunderstood these concerns, yet he assisted in uploading that mischaracterization into Legistar while omitting the contradicting evidence. Third, we face a structural conflict of interest that makes independence impossible. The city attorney currently represents both the police department and the office charged with overseeing it. This has resulted in the city attorney advising the MPD to withhold records from the monitor, leaving the monitor with no counsel to challenge that decision. The city attorney has further coordinated with the sponsor of the proposed amendments to restrict the monitor's access to independent counsel, all while serving the monitor's assigned lawyer. This is a documented violation of the original ordinance instantiating the OIM, which prohibits officials from using their positions to undermine the monitor's independence. The city already provides independent counsel for the Board of Public Works and the Police and Fire Commission to avoid similar conflicts. There is no legitimate reason to deny the OIPM that same structural protection. The community was promised genuine independent oversight. As independent oversight mechanisms are brutally dismantled at every level of the federal government, I urge you to reject the amendments in Legistar File 92386 and stand on the side of the ordinance this community was promised.
About
The
20 seconds.
OIPM will not be silenced, and it should not be policed by the very entities it is mandated to oversee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amelia Roy Kumar of Arena, Wisconsin, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe, to be followed by Edward Kuharski. Amelia?
Thanks. I just want to let those pushing this forward to know that if you win tonight, you're not beating me, you're not beating Greg, which everybody seems so obsessed with. You're not beating the IM. You're beating the parents and the loved ones whose loved ones died or killed in Madison police custody. You're beating Sharon Irwin. You're beating the mother that was sitting at the door wanting to go hold her child but couldn't touch their dead body because they're evidence. Those are the people you're beating. You're not beating me. You're not beating the CRT. I'm going to start by saying, contrary to the chief's memo and statement in a recent article that some of you have posted and shared, and that we saw in Bonnie Rowe's image on Nextdoor, an AI image of Greg Gulembic, Greg did not violate any rules. He did not have records with sensitive data, with victims' names. He didn't have any of that. He had traffic, contact, and arrest data with no names, no way to identify anyone. And perhaps the chief is thinking of someone else he gave those records to, but it wasn't Greg. Greg was using the program R, and R is approved by this city. Greg was given permission to analyze the data on his computer by his supervisor. Greg followed those rules. That was all cleared up prior to IPM Mika Glass coming on board, and records are now flowing, and yet it is being used for political currency. Again, that doesn't harm anybody but the parents who have lost loved ones or have loved ones who need some kind of transparency here. Additionally, the chief was told that Greg had given an unauthorized sit-down interview with the Wisconsin State Journal, claiming the MPD was denying the office data. That never happened. Who's responsible for that? That's something you should be looking into. The chief of staff, Sam Munger, sent an email on April 4th stating that Mika had scolded him on several occasions, but she didn't meet Munger until April 8th. That is something you should be looking into. You should be looking into the two officers who got caught drinking and driving. Those are the amendments you should be making to ordinances. This group has more experience in police oversight than anybody else in the state. Sit down with them, show them some respect, and ask how you can solve your concerns. But look into what they're doing. You don't know when you might need them, okay? I didn't think I'd need them, and I did. So start looking inward. The bigger ordinance violations will be dealt with at a later time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bonnie Rowe of District 11, to be followed by Edward Kuharski, to be followed by Maya Pearson.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Common Council. I'm here to urge a yes vote on this item. I'm a big believer in police oversight. I think it's critical. Our police department welcomes it too. But I think there is a big misunderstanding here tonight. The word independence has been used a lot. Investigative independence is a high value, but administrative noncompliance is a liability to the city, to victims, etc. These amendments are not an attack on oversight. It's a needed security patch to ensure proper adherence to city policies and procedures, like every other taxpayer-funded department. These amendments provide guidance about legal procedures and compliance. The city attorney's office is not involved in OIM complaint processing or investigating, so representing MPD on a city matter at the same time is not a problem. The Office of the City Attorney has authority and a statutory duty to conduct the legal business of the city. Why should the city rely on outside counsel to advise city agencies when that attorney is not responsible for representing the city in potential litigation? As you likely know, the OIM is authorized to retain separate counsel for its core duties of processing complaints, conducting investigations, and oversight activities. Every department, but especially those involving victims and sensitive information, needs to do everything possible to mitigate security risks. Standards need to be met. Training and processes are crucial and must be adhered to. There must be compliance to basic reporting standards, open records response, accessibility requirements, and security measures. There's also compliance with APMs. There are human resource concerns, ensuring legal standards in the hiring process. We've seen what can happen. Some of us taxpayers are getting tired of bailing the city out on bad decisions. There are much better things to spend our money on than needless lawsuits. There are labor standards that need to be followed as well. And then there is the financial compliance, purchasing equipment, software, et cetera, within city policies. While independence in its core function is important, extending that independence to areas such as compliance with city policies and legal requirements creates a risk, not just for the OIM, but for the city as a whole. If these risks are not addressed and result in avoidable liability for the city,
about 20 seconds.
I believe the council would be compelled to take steps to mitigate that risk, including reevaluating the structure, oversight, and funding of the OIM and PCOB, which is why I believe that adopting these amendments is beneficial to both the city and the office in the long run, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Edward Kuharski of District 6, to be followed by Maya Pearson, to be followed by Vanessa Statham. Ed?
Hello again. Yeah, Ed Kuharski, local architect and housing advocate, etc. And I've been watching this process go on, and to remind us all that this started by the 4 shocking events that happened in my neighborhood, near that intersection of Baldwin and Winnebago and Willie Street, And, what they all have in common was that there was a shocking amount of impatience and arrogance displayed by the police. And I don't think that those violations of actual police policy and decency have been addressed. Okay, and a previous speaker mentioned that, our police aren't racist because, there's no lawsuits at the federal level or something like that. But, let's look at the facts. It was reported today that Dane County has now slipped to second most racial disparities in the nation, then it used to be first. Okay, so you can call it improvement, I guess, just like we can say that when youth racial disparities in the justice system shrink from 200 to 1 versus white folks to 100 to 1, that's great improvement. Well, sort of, but 100 is still a pretty bad number, So, Paul Yeenan and Tony Robinson and the man who was executed that was in the restroom at the gas station on Willie Street, who was only in danger to himself with that knife, who was then executed so he wouldn't hurt himself with that knife. This is a little hard to swallow as a case that we don't need to improve. And when that happened, I remember that Chief Williams poo-pooed the idea that we should look at the Memphis model, and because we're really good here in Madison. Arrogant and blind to the reality. There is a culture in all police, I think, that shifts the agenda in the middle of an incident from care and concern and de-escalating the situation to you're challenging my authority and I'm impatient because I'm a man and I'm in charge. And if you look like you're not responding to my orders, which happens a lot with mentally ill people, by the way,
You have about 30 seconds.
then I have license to kill you. And, you know, that's Tony Robinson. That's Paulie Heenan. That's the guy from Housing Initiatives who came out of the water at the south end of Baldwin Street. And it hasn't gotten better that I know of. Fortunately, I haven't heard of any executions of that level lately, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. Now, the monitor, I think, has importance. One thing I've learned in my too many years of life here is that every organization
That's
needs
your
an
time,
EOR.
Ed.
I'm going to just say this quickly.
Edward, that's your time.
This
Thank you.
group
Everybody has
is
3
an
minutes.
important EOR for this city.
And this is your 3 minutes.
Happy
Thank
to
you.
say more if you want.
Our next registrant is Maya Pearson of District 14, to be followed by Vanessa Statham, to be followed by Elizabeth Bruno. Maya?
Hey, good evening. Congratulations to the new alders and those that won their election. I have a new alder in my Aldermanic district, so hey, Noah. I just wanted to say that I think all of the documents are pretty much there. I think we have sent many documents to you all. Hopefully they're not in your spam. And I'm speaking in opposition to all of the amendments tonight, not necessarily to close off the conversation with you all. I'm thankful for Alder Matthews and for Alder Glenn for bringing forth an amendment to the amendment. I feel like I say this a lot, amendment to amendments, interims to interims. And so it's not to close off the conversation, but it's really to say that we haven't had a chance to talk about this version of these amendments. And I just want to highlight a couple things because I'm sure we've already heard from most people tonight with concerns, and I'm here to talk later if you guys want. But one thing I did as I was preparing was I went through the rules for the PFC. I went through the ordinance for the PFC. I went through the state statutes for the PFCs in our state. I went through the MPD ordinance. I went through statutory ordinance for police departments and police chiefs and such, just to prepare to see what actually exists. And what I can tell you right now, in the ordinance for the city of Madison, there is not that much requirements for our police, fire, and commission. I know we've heard a lot of people talk about them as accountability. Yes, they do have the power of discipline that we do not possess, but we exist purely for the community. It is a board that I am proud to sit on now for 5 years, despite any hiccups that we may have had in the past. And I'm proud to continue doing this work alongside some really great people and our interim independent monitor and the folks that work in the office of the independent monitor. And so when I look at these things about the PFC and MPD, there aren't any strenuous requirements of reporting. When I look at what needs to be reported, there isn't much there. I don't even know where to find if there are requirements for the PFC to report other than disciplinary actions.
About 20 seconds left.
I would implore you all to also look at, if people keep talking about our lawsuits, we've only had 3. If you look at the institution of policing, look at how many they have had in addition to the cost of the city to pay out in lawsuits. And the mechanism for us is to help ensure that we hopefully can mitigate that in the future. So again, like I said,
thank you, Maya. That's your time.
I am here for any questions later.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
we don't go too late.
Our next registrant is Vanessa Statham of District 3. And then we'll check for Elizabeth Bruno and Milka Rimmer. Vanessa?
Hello, everyone. My name is Vanessa Statham, and I'm a resident of Madison. I am also a Black woman. And I am also a licensed clinical social worker. I have had worked previously for Dane County Human Services, serving in the role of a child protection social worker and a youth justice worker, and led many groups in the community to just support young people that are getting in different challenges. At La Follette High School, surrounding the death of Tony, I met his grandmother, Sharon. There was a big meeting that happened at La Follette High School. I do believe that Sabrina Madison, president, I believe you were also there. I'm not here to argue the alternate realities of people that are not having to deal with racism here in the community, either personally or through our police force. I am here to bring attention to that it does exist. I'm very happy that that is not your reality, but it is a reality for many people here living in Dane County. The PCLB is evidence-based process, right, that is in many communities here in the United States. And it brings opportunity for empowerment for populations that are not always heard or have any type of process to uphold their rights, okay? I think that it is concerning. I am a newly appointed member of the PCLB. I serve on the exec board, the full board, and also the community engagement board. These interactions that our community residents have with law enforcement are very impactful. They impact their mental health, their physical health, and their communities when these occurrences take place. I would like to really see more collaboration with these amendments. I am in opposition of these amendments, and as a newly appointed board member, I really feel that it is because we are really working hard.
You have about 20 seconds left.
I wasn't here before. I am here now. I'm a person that is dedicated to this community and have done so and worked really hard in different capacities my entire time. And if I felt like this was not a board that was working or moving in a positive direction, I wouldn't be there. So thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. All right. I want to check for Elizabeth Bruno of District 15 or Milka Rimner of District 14. Are either here? Milka?
Good evening, Council, Chair, Mayor. Y'all have heard a lot this evening. I had a whole thing written up, but to avoid rehashing, I'm just gonna tell you how I'm feeling in this moment. I work at Freedom Inc. I manage our youth justice initiatives. I work with a lot of young people who have a range of lived experience, all of whom are Black and brown. And to be really honest with you, every day I'm absolutely awestruck at what they have experienced in terms of policing at the age of 11, at the age of 13. Not even, they haven't even entered the workforce yet. They've barely entered the community. They're still learning who they are. They're still learning where they fit in the city of Madison. And they've had experiences that nobody has taken accountability for. That makes me angry beyond belief. It is my responsibility and my calling to be able to lift these young people up, but I need the folks in office to be doing the same thing. I need us to sit down. I need us to recognize that there are a lot of conversations we need to be having, and a lot of these ordinances are hashing tiny little strips away from the overall independence and capacity of the board. I'm seeing things related to, whether or not folks have the capacity to even report a certain way. I've heard folks talk about, the city of Madison Police Department needing to report a certain way. This Civilian Oversight Board has a minuscule budget compared to the vast budget of the police department. They have limited capacity, limited staff. Staff are working as hard as they possibly can. Board members are committing their free time, their energy, their love for community to this work. And it's important that we hold them in that work. We need to do and make decisions that support the work that they're doing instead of making more tasks for them, instead of making their work harder, instead of taking away from what they're trying to do. This is a real opportunity for Madison, the city of Madison, Dane County, and the state of Wisconsin to lead the way in what civilian oversight looks like. We are behind in terms of civilian oversight for the police.
About 30 seconds left.
I believe that there are folks in this room who care deeply for community. I care deeply for community. The folks I showed up with care deeply for community, and we need to show that in the way we make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try one last time for Elizabeth Bruno of District 15. Okay, that is all the registrants wishing to speak on this item. I keep refreshing, and I don't have any other registrants that are registered to speak. So if folks want to try again, everyone else I have is registered as available to answer questions or not wishing to speak. To Karen? We'll stand informal for a minute. Alder Vitiver?
I'm wondering if maybe we would take a 5-minute recess to allow this to be.
Is there a second for a 5-minute recess? Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute recess? Seeing no objection, it is 8:35. We'll be back at 8:40.
There you go. Congratulations.
Okay, folks, I think we have at least a workaround, so if we can get the alders in the room to take their seats and the alders on Zoom to come back, and we'll just wait a minute to make sure that we can get everybody back. So we'll start in about a minute. Okay, I will call back into order the Common Council meeting of April 21st, 2026, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Glenn. Here. Alder Glenn is present. Alder Uguerre. Here. Uguerre is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Present. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Lankella. Here. Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman. Here. Alder Lieberman is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez-Rutherford. Present. Alder Martinez-Rutherford is present. Alder Matthews. Here. Alder Matthews is present. Alder Mayer. Here. Alder Mayer is present. Alder O'Brien. Here. Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Ohovich. Present. Alder Ohovich is present. Alder Pritchett. Here. Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Vitterer. Here. Alder Vitterer is present. Alder Zhang. Sorry. And let note that Alder Revere is also present. Apologies. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And with apologies for the technical difficulties, we're just going to do a workaround because who knows how long it will take to actually figure out what's wrong. It appears that some registrations are coming through on the electronic system and others are not. So of the folks in the room that I understand wish to speak still, I have Stephanie Rearick, Shadira Kilfoy Flores, and Rebecca Kemble. If there's anybody else present in the room that wishes to speak, please come up and let the clerk know. And then I'll ask the folks that are here going to speak to please just state which aldermanic district you're in, so the alders can know that. And then if there's anybody online that wished to speak but was having trouble with the registration system, or you thought you registered and I didn't call your name, would you please email clerk@cityofmadison.com. That's clerk@cityofmadison.com, and indicate your name, what aldermanic district you're in, and that you wish to speak, and then we will call you after the folks in the room. And apologies, I don't know what the software problem is, but our crack IT team is trying to figure it out as we speak. So with that said, we'll finish out public comment on item 55, starting with Stephanie Rearick, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores, to be followed by Rebecca Kemble. Stephanie?
Thank you, and I know it's a long night. Stephanie Rearick from District 6, and I serve on the PCOB for about the last year. And I just want to make a few points that I don't think I've heard made yet. I feel like this process has really reinforced my perception of our need for independent counsel. And one of the reasons are the items that have been stated as things that need to be rectified by these ordinance amendments are primarily relics of previous years. As I think most of you know, most of the PCOB changed over the last year, and we've done, and this is not to disparage the previous members who did a great job setting up an office to start with no staff. But we've done a lot to remedy what has been perceived as problems, including hiring an excellent independent monitor or interim independent monitor. One of the things that I keep hearing mischaracterized about what's going on with us is it's been stated repeatedly, sometimes by people in city staff, that we're saying we don't need to follow the law and city ordinances. The ordinance as it stands, the beginning of the sentence about independent counsel says, within all applicable laws, federal, state, local laws. So it is covered that we need to operate within the law when we seek independent counsel. And the way this issue has been characterized and frankly mischaracterized to alders, I don't know where it's coming from and why, but the mistakes tend to go the same direction, to support power and control and resistance to civilian oversight of policing. You've heard from a lot of people, including myself, who are only here giving our time because friends and neighbors have been killed in our neighborhoods. So we are seeking a level of independence that this ordinance provides. As it currently stands, it could be a model for the country, and I hope that you will embrace that. And then one last piece that I wanted to mention is one of the consistent advice we get from the city attorney, and one of the reasons that it was stated by the initial sponsor of the amendments that we have to be so adversarial is because of open meetings law, and we can't talk to each other. There are ways we can talk to each other within open meetings law, and I will really invite all of you to work with us and work with the city attorney
Sorry, I have
to
20
figure out
seconds
how we
left.
do it and start to collaborate on this instead of having this adversarial, destructive relationship that's wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and you got 2 reports submitted to you within the last several months.
Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy Flores, to be followed by Rebecca Kemble.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Hello, Council. I want to first congratulate Alders Sabrina Madison and Carmela Glenn on their new positions. Thank you so much for serving. I am in District 6, so Davie is my alder. So I'm not going to reiterate very much that was already shared. I'm going to share a little bit more on a personal level. So first, I also want to thank our interim monitor, Ms. Glass. Thank you so much for taking on this monstrosity. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it was a lot to do for free for years with a $100 a month stipend. There were very many weeks where I put in 15 and 20 hours. So say what you will about the past leadership. I was our vice chair, and then I was our chair, and I put countless hours in. We had a former alder who offered to do our annual report who never did it. So former alder, I'm not going to even mention his name. He's just not here. So the board, the former board, thought that it was very important to have an independent monitor, independent of the city. That was part of why we had chosen somebody who had a legal who was an attorney, because we knew that that independence was important to have. So not only does the board need to have independence from the city, but independence from being under the thumb of MPD. The fact that Andrew Schauer was the appointed attorney to this board, I was the only person on the board who knew what Andrew Schauer used to do. He used to be the attorney for the police union. That's important. When he and I met in person for the very first time, he said, "I'm so glad to be on the other side." There is no side here, folks. The side is right and wrong, the truth or a lie. We're here because people have been hurt. And to take away the independence from this board goes exactly against what is actually needed. So what I'll also share personally is when I approached Davie about about this amendment, he said, "I don't know why the board's so upset." And I said, "Because you never spoke to them." And same thing for MGR. And then he didn't even show up here in person. So how are we supposed to take these seriously, these amendments?
To your time, Shady.
To impose on a body that has already
Thank
been
you, Shady.
extremely imposed upon. Thank you.
you.
Have a good night.
All right. I believe having checked emails, that our last registrant wishing to speak is Rebecca Kemble of District 18.
Hi, everybody. Just had back surgery on pain meds, so maybe I get an extra minute for talking. I don't know. March 6, 2015, I was in the former incarnation of this room, videotaping an alder candidate thing for the League of Women Voters when my phone started blowing up about there's been a shooting on Willie Street. And from that moment on, even before I was elected, especially after I was elected, police accountability was my thing. I took leadership in every aspect of police accountability that those councils, the 2015 to 2017, 2017, 2019, 2019, 21 councils did. So I am the author of this ordinance, along with, there were 2 other alders at the time who were on the work group. And I find it interesting that the city attorney could speak to our intent and say that these amendments were in line with our intent when he forbade us to even speak to the first PCOB about our legislative intent at their organizational meeting. So the PCOB, it breaks my heart to hear former members talk about, oh, we've had some troubles. This body has been administratively captured until recently, until December. And when I read this first report from our new IM, I broke down in tears. I thought, my God, we're finally doing it. We're doing it. After all these years of the mayor trying to cut the budget, the mayor trying to bring it under her office, of the slander of staff that was so bad that our mayor, thank you, at one point had to order the former city attorney to publicly apologize to him for the slander. Ordered another assistant city attorney to apologize for the slander on social media. This slander of OIM staff is part of the overall opposition to police accountability in this city. And those of you who are participating in it know that you can't say you're for police accountability and you participate in that rumor mongering. Anyways, I don't mean to chastise you. I really don't. I want to say, do you know how
20
precious
seconds left.
this thing is that we have? Do you guys know how precious this is? How, with this subpoena power of both of these bodies, even as captured as it has been, the police have not extrajudiciously killed people for whom their loved ones are asking for help?
If you could wrap up.
Okay, just one more thing. Please, I can't imagine any one of you writing an ordinance change to any other department without consulting them or the boards that they work with. I can't imagine it. Yet time and time again, you do it for this. Please, act as a body as we did when we passed this. We were unanimous.
If you could wrap
-1.
up, Rebecca, please.
We acted as a body, not as individual alders, because the community was crying for justice and we gave it to them.
Thank you. If I could ask the last 3 speakers, if you haven't already forwarded your confirmation emails to Karen, if you could forward them to the clerk, please. We're trying to track down what the software problem is, and I think that would help us. Thank you. Okay, I believe that is everyone who is wishing to speak. Just check on email again if there's anybody else. Okay. So now we will proceed to questions for registrants, if there are any. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. I would like Dr. Golimek.
Is Greg still here? Please come forward, Greg. Thank you. Alders, if you, we'll take one person at a time. So if you have questions for Greg, if you raise your hand, I'll put you on the queue. If you have questions for somebody else, we'll wait and then start again, okay? Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you. Greg, you mentioned in your presentation, you said collaboration a couple of times. And I have 3 of these documents before me. And when you speak about collaboration, what's missing? What point were you trying to make when you said that you said collaboration?
The collaboration would mean talking with the PCOB first before coming out with, a detailed ordinance amendment. And actually, the first PCO meeting where the ordinance amendments came up, the ordinance amendments had just appeared just before the meeting. People had no time to look at them, to really reflect on them, to interpret them. That's the opposite of what I consider collaboration. Collaboration is like alders talking to Mika, talking to the PCOB, and then formulating out of that jointly with the PCOB and Mika what would make sense. That's why when I was talking about one of the things I was suggesting would be something like a committee that contained PCB members, maybe the PCB External Policy Procedure Committee, and alders, where things could be hashed out. Like, I do think there are some legitimate issues here, and that is what I mean by collaboration. Does that answer your question?
That definitely answers my question. I can't believe that we're on the same page because we've never been, but that's what, I'm straightforward. Yeah. But that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted you to describe what collaboration looked like, what was missing, and how we can get to not 3 different documents, but coalesce against one. Thank you.
I just want to mention, it's really nice to be on the same page. Like, years ago, you might not remember, but I actually canvassed for you in an alder race.
Greg, don't go away yet. President Madison, questions?
Thanks, Mayor. So just one quick question. In your comments earlier, you mentioned that there are legitimate concerns. What are the legitimate concerns?
I don't want to go into too much detail yet, but it does make sense that general policies be followed, but the devil's in the details. And I think that the current ordinance amendments don't do what's required to protect the independence. But, there are elements where I can see where people are coming from, where alders are coming from, and but that should be dealt with, as I was just saying, in a collaborative process, which hasn't happened to this point. If that makes sense.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Glenbiak?
Yes, I just to clarify, I just want to make sure I'm writing slow. So you're saying that general policy should be followed through, but to get there should be more collaboration to get there, is what you're saying? Like in the details, because the devil is in the details.
Okay. APMs could, if the amendment, the original amendment were to pass, for example, APMs could be written that undermine the ability of the OIM to function properly, et cetera, et cetera. There has to be very careful thought put into, in a collaborative fashion, into how to set things up with regard to, what policies, should be followed, and how different departments should be consulted, et cetera. And that hasn't happened to this point. There needs to be, as all the speakers have been speaking to, a really strong preservation of independence. But that doesn't mean that you can't have, some of the things alders might want. I don't know if I'm making sense, but, I've had inadequate sleep and I'm fasting, so.
Gotcha. Just one last question. And so last year when the AI policy was shared, I think Robin was still here. How has that been shared with new leadership, if that was shared?
Oh, the AI policy?
Yeah.
So I can go through the details of exactly what transpired. OIM was never emailed the AI policy. So initially, other people had it, but we had no idea that, there was such a policy. I happened to be talking with Tamika in HR, and, she started complaining about how the AI prohibition was negatively impacting her work. That's the first I heard of it. And I asked her, could you send me a copy? And she sent me a copy. The original policy, I don't remember the exact dates, but maybe it started like March 25. It was set to expire in 6 months. We never were informed that the policy was going on beyond that point. And actually, if somebody were interested, they could verify that by asking IT to check my emails, because there was no email that was provided to us that the original 6-month prohibition had been extended. Also, the AI policy is not posted publicly, or at least has not been. Mika had absolutely no way of knowing that, that there was such a policy, because there was the lack of, it wasn't available in a publicly posted, forum and a website, and it wasn't emailed to us. With the report, I actually was very, I only had maybe a day to proofread it, and I was very focused on the contents. I never even noticed the 2 capitals.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the former policy that was, I think you got from Tamika in HR.
Correct.
Was in place like a temporary policy for 6 months or so?
Correct.
And then you were unsure whether or not there was anything that went beyond the 6 months.
Right. The temporary policy said, that this is a temporary thing that will last for 6 months. So I had no idea that the policy, was then put back into effect. And it didn't really matter to me, because I never use AI, because of the hallucination problem. When I very first started, I tried to see if AI could accurately summarize community listening sessions, and it was hallucinating, So I don't use AI, so it didn't matter to me.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alder Glenn. Question answered. Any other questions for Mr. Glenbeck? Alder Pritchett?
Was I relatively cogent?
Well, so far,
Okay.
at least you answered Alder Glenn's question, but Alder Pritchett has a question for you now. Alder Pritchett?
Yes, my question relates to data. Data comes in a variety of flavors, from public to confidential to secured on down the line. Now, in some of the literature that I read, it stated that an unauthorized computer, your personal computer, was used. Now, I know personally what it means to have a data breach. Personally, I've known people who have been executed because of a data breach. So my concern then is, when the City of Madison has an IT department that requires confidentiality and there is a breach, what does one do? What does one say to have others believe that this data is secured, that it's not going to be out there for public consumption? This is critical, especially when we talk about policing. Now, I'm talking about this from a very, very personal perspective. And I think it's very, very important that we are mindful of the need to utilize the technology that we have, especially when it is to be secured?
Answer your question in great detail. First of all, there's been gross mischaracterization of the nature of the data that I downloaded to my personal computer to be able to analyze it. It has been written in the Wisconsin State Journal, oh, there were victim names. Oh, there was this, that, and the other. None of that is true, and that's why I say it's defamatory. How it arose was the chief sent out a memo that speculated, oh, this could be the case, that could be the case, this other thing could be the case. And then the Wisconsin State Journal reporter then turned all that speculation into fact. Oh, this was the case, this was the case, this was the case. All of that, it was blatantly false. There were only 3 spreadsheets that I downloaded onto my computer to analyze. None of them had names. The only identifying information in one of them was date of birth. In 2 of them was date of birth. In one of them had date of birth and license plate number. As I said, none of them had names. None of them had, other identifying information. I downloaded it onto my computer after careful consultation with the former monitor. The former monitor was actually the public, for all the faults she may have had, she was actually the public records counsel for the Milwaukee Police Department with a very detailed understanding of confidentiality and risks around confidentiality, et cetera, et cetera. There was a decision made because I was basically misinformed that the software that I needed to use was not approved for use on city computers. I was given a list of all authorized programs. I was told this was a comprehensive list. It was not a comprehensive list. I was also told that freeware and what I needed to use was R, which is the statistical package that's probably the most widely used advanced statistical software in the world. I was told that freeware like that could not get authorized. If I saw it, it wouldn't go through. It turns out, I later learned that R actually had been grandfathered in and was authorized. But given the information I was given by IT, et cetera, there was no way I knew that. I also add that I was actually the person in charge of cybersecurity for labs at the UW where I worked for years. So I take cybersecurity very seriously. I use very careful cybersecurity practices. I will also add that there's an irony here and a double standard because an alder, who I will not name, sent me an email and spreadsheet that they were emailed by the chief of police. That spreadsheet contained information that was more sensitive. It was juvenile criminal justice, restorative justice information with phone numbers. The email from the chief had no indication that it had to be kept confidential. Then the alder sent it to me. So there has been this incredible degree of scrutiny of OIPM, PCOB, in a way that is a complete double standard. And I followed the rule. I talked with the head of my department, who had very good awareness of confidentiality, authorized the use. I was very careful with the data and with cybersecurity. And now I'm getting slammed, and there are defamatory things being said, like, I had victim names. I had no victim names. I had no subject names. So I'm sorry I'm getting a bit heated, but it is defamation.
So given the opportunity to to ensure that this kind of a thing doesn't happen again, especially when we know, for example, with this particular personal City of Madison computer, I use it for City of Madison business only. So when I think about data and how data is to be analyzed, in someone's life, or whatever, could be at stake simply because the guardrails were not there in terms of ordinances, statutes, whatever. Would it be fair to ask that the use of data, if there is a need to look at a program that analyzes data in a specific way, that before doing that, seeking and getting approval for it would be very, very...
Well, that's actually what I sought to do.
But I'm talking about personal computer.
Personal computer?
Getting data and downloading it onto a personal computer. I'm talking about the use of a city computer.
Can you restate your question? Because I'm not quite clear.
Yeah, you said that you followed that, but then you also said that you used a personal computer. You said that the city of Milwaukee, that the police, whoever it was in Milwaukee, said that it was okay to do this.
It was actually our prior monitor. It wasn't the prior monitor we had, Robin Copley, previously worked for the Milwaukee Police Department as their public records counsel, and had very acute awareness of confidentiality requirements, et cetera, et cetera. Robin and I discussed the issue because it appeared that there was no way to properly statistically analyze the data on a city computer. And at that point, Robin authorized my doing so on my personal computer. And other data that we got that was confidential, that didn't require analysis, was never downloaded on my personal computer.
So this happened during her employ.
Correct.
Okay.
And once the chief brought up the concern, I deleted the files from my personal computer. And at this point, such files only exist on the city computer. And we also, MPD gives us a lot of data on data keys. So basically the data is all on the city computer or data keys, or there's an F drive that's attached. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg, getting back to your question about legitimate concerns and evoking what Linda Ketchum said about Alex Salutos' suggested wording, did you get a chance to read his attachment A?
I did, and I think there's useful material, very useful material there.
Particularly the sentence with reference to the APMs, the sentence he suggests, nothing in this subsection shall be construed to authorize the council or any city official to direct, limit, or interfere with the powers and duties of the monitor and the Office of Independent Police Monitor as set forth in MGO 5.19.
Yeah, I saw exactly that. I think that's useful. You wanted to?
But it does address what you agree are legitimate concerns that a directive that the office abide by.
Right. I think it's okay. I don't, because of the intricacies of this and having to think through it, I would argue that it's best not done on the fly tonight, but that some kind of body should be set up with PCB members, alders, but that would be a useful starting point to begin with. At least that's my personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the monitor. I'm not speaking for the office. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I find that interesting because I think the assumption is that these efforts are all part of a grand conspiracy to do away with this office, where it seems like adding a single sentence to the issue about APMs could bridge the misunderstanding and kind of do away and address this sense that this is an attempt to undercut and
Alder,
undermine
can
the
you
office
speak into the mic,
altogether.
please, Alder? Okay. Or pick it up and take it with you.
Yeah, anyways, what I was trying to say is that, thank you, Mayor, I'm sorry about that, and sorry, colleagues, that adding a single sentence could perhaps address the concerns of people who assume this is part of a grand conspiracy to do away with this office, as opposed to what I see as good faith efforts to try to improve the functioning of the office. So adding that single sentence and perhaps additional sentences to these amendments would be helpful in your mind.
It's my personal opinion that there are ways to bridge the gap, but it requires very careful thought and it requires time. And my belief is that, if you get into the weeds tonight and try to do that, wordsmithing and all, it's not a good idea. But do I think that there may be ways to bridge some of the gaps? Yeah, I do. That's why I'm suggesting, something like collaboration between PCB members and alders.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Glembiak? Alder Oakless. Sorry, Greg.
Thanks, Greg. Are you a 0.5 FTE?
I'm a 0.6 FTE.
0.6 FTE? Okay. Have you ever worked more than 24 hours in a week?
That is complicated. When I was first working, I was an hourly employee. And there was a full budget line for one FTE. So, I was working, as much as needed. After that, I worked, it's complicated because there's work, but
We can just leave it at it's complicated.
What's that?
We can just leave it at it's complicated.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, actually, wait a minute.
We can't have a crosstalk. I'm sorry.
Well, actually, though, Mika is right.
The monitor
Mika
will have a
has-
chance to answer questions if she wants, if she gets asked them,
But she's actually correct. Like, at this point, I am working overtime, and it's approved by Mika. So those hours are reflected in my timesheets.
Thank you. Any final questions for Mr. Glembiak? I think we can let you sit down now. Thank you.
Oh, and the U is silent, and it's Glembick.
Glembick, my apologies.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. All right. Are there questions for other registrants? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Alder, or questions for now former Alder Govindarajan, or MGR,
Do we
if he's still
have
available.
Former Alder Govindarajan still? Yes. Go ahead, Alder.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly ask if you could just talk about the lead up to the amendments. I know there's several conversations happening around collaboration. So if you could just discuss in brief your lead up, like who you talk to, when you talk to them. I know I've been at some of the committees that you spoke at too, for example. So if you could just speak to the lead up to the amendments.
Yes, thank you for that question. And I want to be very specific with the language here because there's the alternate, the substitute, the original, and then the amendments. When it comes to the amendments, those are the three which are attached on Legistar as PDF files. The conversations around that started, I want to say probably the week before / the week of when the original version was introduced. And this was when I sent it out to all of the alders and the PCOB members along with the original legislative memo. The reason, however, they were, again, I can only speak to Amendment 1 and 2. I can't speak to Alder Meyer's amendment about adding an alder to the committee. The reason I wanted to add them as an attachment is because I wanted to have the PCOB have the language in front of them for discussion. So in theory, the quote amendments have never been moved forward. There is never a motion so far to move an amendment forward. So that's why I put them as quote amendment. But that's around the time that the conversations happened with Director Hilson at HR and then also Chief Patterson at MPD. In terms of the specific language, in terms of other conversations with those two specifically, it started earlier last year, I want to say, in terms of general concerns and interactions that they've had. I started having conversations about the ordinance as a whole with staff and the independent monitor, Mika, back in January. So it's been an ongoing process.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn, questions?
So to clarify, you started collaborating with the PCOB in January and the OIM
With the yes.
on the ordinance that you wrote up?
The ordinance was not written at that point. I hate to bring back this reference, but really it was concept of an ordinance at that point. The original email I had sent to the independent monitor, for example, is, hey, welcome to your new role. I think there's some structural issues that I want to talk to you about as soon as you're starting. So you can, you kind of see them as you're getting used to this new role. And I want your feedback in writing this ordinance, which I intend to, at least I want to introduce as soon as possible. That meeting happened, I think, January 8th, January 6th, something like that. But that was my initial email to the independent monitor at that time. I had reached out to other folks, mostly by phone, because I had their phone numbers.
Okay, and so when you met with them in January, you had the concept of the amendment? Sorry to keep using the language.
I mean, it gets the point across. I did. At that point, it was mostly just about the reporting structure. So, for example, my conversations was I want the reports to come to council. Currently, existing ordinance says that it is a report to the council and the mayor. However, we have not had that report come to the council just yet. This year, the PCOB passed the OIM ordinance without it having it attached to Legistar, and then the PCOB the PCOB report was passed by the PCOB without it being sent to council. So even in the current version of the ordinance, it has not been followed. So I wanted at that time, back in January, I wanted the ordinance to say specifically that it should be coming to council, quote, for its consideration, which is in the substitute version. And then I also wanted additional details for what should be in additional reports. Originally, I wanted quarterly reports for both the OIM and the PCOB. After speaking to the independent monitor, she kind of told me like, whoa, the PCOB can't do quarterly reports. I mean, they're a volunteer group, so I decided not to do that. And then I also significantly scaled back what I wanted originally in the quarterly OIM report to essentially say that it should be what cases they're working on, or kind of like the number of cases they're working on and whether it's closed, pending, or ongoing, what recommendations, if any recommendations they have made on these cases, and what is the progress of the recommendations, which I would, in that moment, and I continue to think that it could just be a chart or a template that is just an update to alders of current progress. Like I would not expect that to be dozens of pages.
And the concerns that you had were concerns prior to Aramik Glass or current?
Absolutely. I continue to believe that the independent monitor, Mika, is wonderful at her job. I think she is very capable. She has the qualifications. I don't think I've ever said anything negative about her. The concerns really did start structurally. It is having transparency between the PCOB and the OIM in terms of their reports and ensuring that their administrative duties, the day-to-day, employment, hiring, open records request, those kind of things get sorted out with the city attorneys rather than duplicating existing services and adding financial strain to an already financially strained city budget, and putting that on independent counsel. So yes. And I know there continues to be like open records request delays. I had one put in about 5 weeks ago, and I only got a response after I followed up. And it took about a month or so to get that response. And I know there's been a couple other requests by other individuals which haven't been responded to yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for former Alder Govindarajan? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you very much. I'm having a difficult time linking this up, and so my question is simply this. At the creation of this ordinance that you, ordinance change that you presented, was there a discussion with the who did you have that discussion with prior to the amendment that's before us?
In terms of the language?
Well, changes, the changes, the language, creation. Who did you have a conversation with?
That's a long list. So from the original to the substitutes, what I'm guessing you're talking about, and the people I've spoke to there is, I mean, the PCOB, they had 2 substantive meetings where the discussion lasted between 5 to 6 hours on the ordinance. After that, I believe I spoke to the former chair, Shadira, at a non-city event at one point. I spoke to Helene from the PCOB over the phone, several alders, including Alder Glenn, Jeanette Figueroa-Cole, Sabrina Madison, much more who were also very involved. City staff, Attorney Haas obviously helped me write the ordinance because as much as I love to say that I want to be a lawyer, I'm not there yet. And he knows how to write the law better than me. So he helped me do that, worked with Director Hilson at HR, JP or Chief Patterson. There is some communication with Sarah Edgerton at IT. Those are just the ones off the top of my head. But it was a very extensive process with a lot of discussion going on.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that, because what I heard is that this was put, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this was put together without any collaboration or consulting with the with that committee. And you listed a series of processes that you did have those conversations with. So I'm still not clear on who received what when.
Yeah, that took sense. And I would kind of refute that statement that there hasn't been collaboration with the PCOB. If I had wanted to not include the PCOB, I would or could have introduced this under rules of suspension, where we vote on it the day that it's introduced to council. That way I would have still been able to vote on it. But the independent monitor had asked me back in January to wait until her annual report came out for me to introduce this ordinance, and I agreed to do so. So I waited till March 15th. And then I also continued to have conversations throughout to ensure, like the PCOB conversations, I wanted to make sure that they had a chance to have at least one meeting. Thankfully, they had 2 meetings. They scheduled it, their executive subcommittee as well, to talk about this. And then I had follow-up conversations with at least those 2 PCOB members, and including Chair Pearson before the first PCOB member meeting happened. So at least 3 PCOB members I spoke to. Yeah. So I want to be clear, I really do refute the argument that there was no collaboration. That just is not true.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for former Alder Govindarajan? Seeing none, thank you, MGR.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the registrants? Alder Zhang?
Hello. I would like to ask Hope a question, if you could, if you're willing.
Go ahead, Alder.
So in your speech, you talked about working with women of color, like victims of gender-based violence. And I just wanted to ask how the OIM maybe has a more direct connection to your work, or what kinds of positive impacts are like positive associations you have with the OIM.
Yeah, you know, when I was talking about that, that's really just like my background, the work that I do, right? And so whenever I come share or testify, right, it's really around like, this is where I come from, this is my background, and whatever work that I'm in, I really do truly center the voices and like the experiences of women, girls, and gender expansive people who are experiencing gender-based violence. When I am making the connection between them and building trust within the OIPM, I'm talking about the ways that victims of gender-based violence are rarely believed, right, when it comes to harm being done to them. And I'm saying that a lot of times victims actually don't go to the police and they don't report the harm that's been done to them. And the reason why the OIPM actually needs to be independent is because if they are associated with a system that has a history of not believing them and not actually doing justice to them or for them, they're not actually going to go to the OIPM when there are real concerns of harm being done to them by the police. Does that help answer the question? Yes. Okay.
Are there any other questions for Hope? I think I might be the problem. All right, are there any other questions for any other registrants? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. For former Alder Kimball, and I will come back to you and bring you the microphone if necessary. Oh, perfect. I'm gonna take my time. So, and I won't say the former alder because sometimes, you know, these things end up and you end up with a bunch of back and forth. But I had a conversation with a former alder back from, you know, when you all were running things. And I specifically asked about the independence, you know, how the original ordinance was set up. And I specifically was really focused on some of the administrative things. And that former alder noted that the original ordinance was not written to be independent, which I believe it's laid out, but it's not to be independent of some of the administrative, you know, like the APMs rather. So I guess I just want to clarify, maybe I missed it when you were talking, but when you all worked on the original ordinance, was it written in a way where this office, for example, didn't have to work with HR, IT, the city attorney's office, whatever, you know, how did you envision if there are challenges, for example, maybe interpersonal work conflicts, who would handle that if it's independent of all other city agencies, I guess?
Okay, so if you read the ordinance,
yeah,
there is a role for HR, and that is that the independent police monitor will work with HR to hire staff.
Yep.
And by the way, this ordinance has never been fulfilled. We said that the minimum staffing of this office is 1 full-time monitor, 1 full-time data analyst, 1 full-time admin person, and that's minimum. And we envisioned the hiring of investigators and other staff in the future. So by the way, it has never been fully staffed. So it says in the ordinance that the monitor will work with HR to hire their staff. The only mention of the city attorney, and this was deliberate, was the city attorney and MPD staff are to attend PCOB meetings, so this was 5.20, to answer any questions should they arise. So their role in the PCOB is not to direct the PCOB, is not to orient the PCOB, is not to be active in the PCOB meetings. It is very specifically to just answer questions as the PCOB asks those questions. Everywhere else, we very specifically said the mechanism has to follow all applicable state laws as far as open records, all of the other things. And that we very specifically said the OIM is authorized to hire outside counsel to further the work of the OIM. Period. Internal, external, they can use an external counsel. We did this, and we put the clause, the independence clause, the political independence clause in there, because in the years of developing this, we had received erroneous legal opinions from the Madison City Attorney. We had to go to Wisconsin Legislative Council to get proper and correct legal opinions on state law as it pertained to especially giving these bodies subpoena powers, which our city attorney strenuously objected to. They did not want to write that in, but we knew that that subpoena power was the foundation for any actual monitoring that could be done, because otherwise the police would just hide, right? So we specifically curtailed the role of the city attorney and opened the door for external counsel in how we wrote that. We also knew that political independence clause, we wrote that because we knew the power of the administration through APMs, through the various departments of the city, much as the independent monitor Glass has written in her memo, those are the ways in which independence is lost, is if the critical functions of the job have to be approved through city departments. That is an avenue for political power through the bureaucracy to be used to block the independence and the straight up work. Okay, so for example, delaying this issue of the computers and the software, I mean, could have been delayed for years and has been. I mean, I know. I mean, going through the city bureaucracy is onerous. And I'm not saying that the people in those jobs are doing it intentionally, deliberately to actually, harm the work of whatever, but I'm saying the effect of it is, right? If it's not the intention, it's the impact.
Yep. And I just want to clarify so I can make sure I write my note correctly and not incorrectly. So just to clarify, the other former alder said that they did not write the ordinance with the intention to be independent from the APMs. But you're saying, I just want to clarify, and I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Yes.
Are you saying you wrote it, your version of it or your understanding of it, it is to be independent of the APMs?
Yes, it is. And that former alder may have been the same one who agreed with the mayor back in March of that year that it should all be under the mayor's control.
Look,
But
I would say
the one
that did not happen in our conversation.
Okay.
That person didn't say that. So I don't want to, because
Okay, I'm
again,
not
that's
saying
the
they
reason
said
I didn't
that.
want to say the former alder, because I don't want to do all of it. I just wanted to be clear on your understanding and only share the one thing that I had with that conversation
Well,
with the
I'm
alder.
saying
Yeah.
my understanding,
Yeah.
their understanding,
Yeah.
whatever, read
Yeah.
what's written.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that is publicly what was passed. That is what the community supported, the actual words in the ordinance. And the actual words in the ordinance, it is the intent of the ordinance.
Yep, I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's very plain language. It's very clear.
Yep, nope, I just want to make sure, since we had a former alder here from that time. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for former Alder Kemble? Alder Glenn?
What did unfettered access mean to you?
It meant they could access anything. Unfettered means unfettered, no blocks, no obstacles. That was the national standard in this I'm sorry, my mind. The pain meds, man, they're intense. It means what it says, unfettered. No, that industry standard, that's what I'm
Industry
talking about.
standard.
That is industry standard in this line of work nationwide. Unfettered means no obstacles, like.
No obstacles.
And we debated it. We debated it for over several sessions. And again, the city attorney was against us using that word. They advised something else, but we knew that if we wanted to stop happening what was happening, which was people calling the police for help for someone who was in distress and that person ending up dead at the hands of the police, we needed something very, very strong. We needed to be able to have access. We needed our independent monitor to be able to have access to all that. Because listen, not only what Linda said about the chief of police telling us that we were under surveillance and that was his preemptive first strike against us, that we better not authorize $400,000 for the OIR report way back in the day. Later, just a couple months later, was when Michael Schumacher was in distress in the lake carrying a rake, and he ended up dead. And that night, Chief Koval said the officer was compelled to shoot him. And the next council meeting, I asked Chief Koval, we live in a state with no death penalties. Are you saying that we as a city, we're compelling our workers to kill? Is that really what, do you actually like have that kind of impunity? And I could not sleep for months. He couldn't answer my question, but you know who did? The head of the police union wrote me an email. He came to my door that very night. He said, he didn't mean that. Let me explain it to you. I'm on the beat in your neighborhood. I can explain it to you. And I was so upset. I said, okay. He came to my house, and before crossing my threshold, he gave me the list of all the police calls to my mom's house next door, to my house, so they were watching us. And then he went and told me, when I asked him, couldn't that officer have created distance? The guy just had a leaf rake. He said, yeah, he could have, but we're not trained to scream and run away like little girls. Firearms training is more efficient. We don't do hand-to-hand training. Firearms training is more efficient. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. This is the mindset of the internal culture of the head. This is the head of the police union telling me this. We had to get that under control. We had to get the community aware of what was happening. We had to get that being monitored. This is no joke, y'all. You were there. Several of you were there. You know. You lived through it. We have to have this transparency for the community. And that's why
Two more
unfettered.
questions.
Okay.
Two more questions. And I spoke to a pretty good friend of mine who is an attorney and is atoning, as he says, for his version of how he was an attorney, and does a lot around ministry and restorative justice. And when we talked about this, the very first thing he brought up when we were reading through it and he was helping me was that office is set up like an inspector general.
Yep.
And I was like, that's so crazy because that is in an annual report. And one of the things that an inspector general has is independence outside of labor laws. Like Department of Labor will spank it, right? But other than that, there's 100% unfettered independence. Do you think that this office should be set up like a inspector general?
Well, I don't know specifically legally Yeah. I'm not going to speak to that.
Okay.
But this office should
Have independence?
should be independent from political pressure from either the mayor's office, the administration, or the council, but should be subject to state labor law.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did
I
you
mean-
leave this ordinance unfinished? I keep hearing the word unfinished. It was left where the can was kicked down the road or something.
It wasn't kicked down the road, but here's what we did. We said, we knew that once the PCOB had formed itself and got established, that they themselves would want to make changes. So we did anticipate that there would be changes in the future. But we anticipated them coming from the experience of those members of the PCOB going, oh, we need procedures for this, we need rules for that, we need to change the ordinance in order for us to more faithfully and specifically fulfill the mission of the intent of this ordinance. So we did see there being room
For
in the future
collaboration.
for changes. The one thing I really truly regret allowing the city attorney and our own chief of staff from blocking me and my other co-authors from attending those early meetings. I wish we had forced ourselves in to at least have, because we had the intent, we had the collective intent, and we really should have been able to orient the PCOB, and we were not allowed to do that. So they floundered for a long time. But yes, we did see, and we hope they will. I mean, I think we've heard they have some ideas of what they want to do.
We have. Thank you.
And I hope and I'm so glad you all are taking interest in them again, because for a lot of years it was just maybe one or two alders checking in now and then. But it is such a precious part of what we have, what this body, the council as a whole did for this city was to create this, and we created it within the tensions of the administration. Like, yes, there are tensions and conflicts there. There are conflicts with, the city attorney defending the police department, and, $12.3 million of civilian payouts for a lot of those police killings and our permanent increase in insurance premiums. Like, there is a cost to that, and this mechanism can bring that down. And it's, I believe, I don't know, you can't prove a negative, but that very existence of subpoena power, I think, has caused a change in behavior, even if there wasn't a fully functioning PCOB or IM. And I think just the knowing that they can be scrutinized to that level has affected a positive change. And what more can be done with a good relationship between our IM and our chief? Like, what more could be done? But they have to have the independence. Like the chief, a truly reform-minded chief, I would imagine, would love to have the support of, like, it's not him saying it, it's the community demanding it, right? Like, to have that support from the community to make the reforms, to make it a more safe community for everyone.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Alder Kemble, former. Appreciate it. Go enjoy your sitting if everyone else is
Are
done.
there any other questions for former Alder Kemble, or can we let her sit down? Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Heal well.
Yeah.
All right, are there any questions for anyone else? Alder Matthews.
I have a couple questions for Maya Pearson. If that's okay. This is like the worst seat,
It's awkward.
but also the best seat.
There you go.
So I was wondering, I have, I guess, two questions, I think. For the first question, if you could give your perspective of those PCOB meetings, how that out, how that went, the ones we've had where there were discussions. And then my other question is what you think as the chair outreach should look like. If that's okay.
Outreach looks like?
Like what you would want outreach to look like between council and the board.
Okay. And do you mean the perspective of, my perspective based off of the meetings for our executive meeting that everyone came to and the subsequent meeting for the process and procedure?
I think just the whole outreach process from when you found out about the amendments through.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say my perspective is that I was really shocked. I think there's a misconception that the independent monitor and I do not talk often, or some of these things were not, I guess, discussed with me or relayed to me based off her perspective. That is not true. Like, we talk pretty often, and she gives me her perspectives based off of conversations that she's had with pretty much many of you. And so I do remember a conversation earlier that there was a possibility that people may be looking at our ordinance, and that what was relayed was, hey, like, let us work, let us get the annual report out. Maybe that may change for people. And so I did not put any weight to that, if that makes sense, because it felt as though it was like, hey, yeah, let you do what you need to do and let's discuss it later based off of what we see and, the work that is being done. So we were actually finishing the polishing of our annual report, Helen and I, and that's when we got the first message from Chioma, there's an ordinance, and then we were like, oh, there's an ordinance change, and then it was like, wait, just a second, here's another one that's coming in, and we were like, wait, what? And then there's another one, wait, what? And so there were multiple iterations of ordinance changes that honestly were very surprising that came out of the blue as we were finishing our annual report and putting on the finishing touches. So I would say that, and that was just recently before the meeting, I did have a conversation with former Alder MGR about his thoughts of why this was coming out at the time, and I did ask him to provide that information in writing because it was somewhat vague as to like exactly what he was referring to about talking to some of the department heads and whatnot, and I gave response back of what I had understood about every situation. So the perspective was that I was very surprised that they were coming through. Secondly, I was somewhat lack of a better term, pissed off that there was not prior conversations with me or even members of the board as to like, hey, these things are happening, what kind of like support is needed for you all, or what conversations need to be had maybe for you guys to have stronger ordinance, or however it's being categorized right now as trying to support us. There was not a collaboration at first, at least for the PCOB. And honestly, I didn't know that when we first got the first draft of the ordinance, that it was considered a draft. And actually, I spoke with an alder about just the process because I was unaware that technically your guys' drafts aren't actual. They're not necessarily put on the agenda yet. It's just kind of like an area where you guys can do some of the work around the whatever you need to do around the ordinances. And so that was something that I was unaware of. And so in talking with some of the members, we went ahead and put it, so we had we put it on, I think it was the March 25th meeting. Yeah, the March 25th meeting where we excitedly talked about our annual report and all the things that were in there that was definitely sent to folks because people read it. And we accepted it, and then we had the first kind of conversation around that change. And I think that span of time was within a week. And so folks, and I did explain to some city folks as well as some alders that the members would not be happy. They take a lot of pride in the work that they do. They take a lot of pride in showing up many hours and donating their time to the cause that they believe in. So I did express that folks would not be happy with having this come forth without some kind of conversation. And that's exactly kind of what happened in our 25th meeting. Most of you guys were there. And even though we had placed it on file, talking with some of the members, we brought it back to our exec meeting to at least have an initial conversation, because the way that it was kind of presented was that honestly, you all can do whatever you want with the ordinance because that is your legislative duties as alders. And it felt like at that point, it didn't matter what we were going to say, that you could have, to Alder MGR's point earlier, just went ahead and put it on for a vote. And so, we put it on the agenda to have that conversation. You all came out to that meeting, heard what some folks had, and then Stephanie, who is the chair for the External Policy and Procedure, put it on her subcommittee to have another conversation, at least to get some kind of input from members. But it definitely, as much as as folks want to say that it was collaborative in nature, I beg to differ. I think it was a forced collaboration because we had no options left for us to be able to ensure that we could protect the work that we do, given the fact that you all, with your legislative powers, can pretty much do what you choose to do. So that is how I would respond to that. You did ask about outreach and what I think, like the relationship between council and PCOB. I think what I'll start is how I conceptualize our role for PCOB. I'm the mayor's nominee and appointee before I was the appointee from Urban Triage. And I agreed to put in another 4 years to help really build the foundation that is needed for us to do our work well. I think we have done a lot of amazing work, and we're just getting started in that more holistically, I think, kind of working off of what has already been done. But I start out with that to say that I see the work as being accountable to the public, and I feel that the charge for us is truly rooted in the community, as many of us represent the community. And the relationship for me between us and the council is that although you all are the body that approves our budget, can change the ordinance and whatnot, and technically we're an entity of the city, I see the work more so rooted not with council, rooted with the community. So being accountable to them. And how I kind of conceptualize with some of these changes is that us being then accountable to you as the body that we're an entity of in terms of the city. And I think it is in direct conflict of what the essence of who we are, and the essence of what, as former Alder Kemble mentioned, was the charge. And so what does that look like in terms of outreach and, I guess, collaboration? I'm not exactly sure right now because I don't really have a positive relationship with, as a person who collaborates a lot, relationship right now as it relates to PCOB work with the council. But I'm open to know what that may look like if you all are truly willing to come to the table of like true collaboration and understanding, and I guess really considering the fact that there are some structural things that we need, like more monies. And I understand that you all are like, hey, we'll give us things, we give you money. But that's very transactional in nature. So I'm not really subscribing to that. But I think I'm open to having a conversation. And I think I've spoken to many of you for many hours of a day that already is very busy for me. So I'm not exactly sure right now how to answer that question. Long story short.
Thank you. That makes sense. I mean, I know you represent or you're the lead of an entire board. I just have one more question that I do think is relevant to just the timing and everything. If you could briefly speak to just kind of the current work, like what does the timing of right now look like for the board and the last 3 weeks and all of that?
I'm actually really excited to answer that because we started our strategic planning yesterday, and we are creating a 3-year plan that is really rooted in the work that each of our subcommittees do, and how it relates, how the work relates to each other, and then also how the work relates with the independent monitor, who is also there in our planning session. And then tomorrow, we will be meeting again in person for a 4-hour session to really start diving deep into what we are planning, and then actually putting dates and things like that. And once that has been finalized, and we're working with Mosaic, with ABBA, to help us craft that, which you all have worked with, and we have as well, to craft that, and we will then present that to the public of what our priorities are moving forward for the next 3 years. So the work is getting done. We are trying our best. Again, we are all volunteers. Many of us are parents. Many of us do not hold official titles. Many of us work 40 hours, like many of you, in other jobs. And I think we're doing our best to do the work of the charge that we were given. So what I can say is that's what we're doing right now. So if you want specifics, we'll definitely give specifics later.
Thank you, Maya. And I just want to mention too, from what I heard from the previous couple meetings, is that the last month or so, you've also, as you mentioned, you finalized your report, and that you're also working on the process for the evaluation for the chief.
Yes, so that is part of the work that we're also working on. We have already kind of completed the chief rubric, but now we're putting it back into hopefully scheduling meetings with MPD, just and maybe the chief, to have a discussion of like what he, if he has any input on the rubric and thoughts of maybe how he would like to engage with this, and then also bring it back to the exec committee and then hopefully to the full board. So that is something that we're working on, as well as I know that the police chief is looking to do a new strategic plan for MPD as we are nearing the end of the previous strategic plan. So our hope is that we will, in some ways, where appropriate, be working in collaboration with that, as we've reviewed the 5-year strategic plan previously and the recommendations from the OIR report previously as well. So we have done some of that work already, but with some of the changes, we are looking to do that work as well.
Thank you so much. That is all that I had.
Thank you, Alder Field.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Chairperson. One of the central questions before the council tonight is the extent to which administrative APM's city policies have to be followed by the office. One of those policies that I think the alders are going to be more familiar with is 3-5, because we have formal training on it. That policy is our prohibited harassment and or discrimination policy. So one of the questions that I'm sitting with when I'm considering how we grapple with this question of the OIM and fitting it into city policy is it your vision that there would be alternative policies to some of these administrative in nature city policies at the OIM level, or whether it is appropriate for these policies that apply to city staff across the board to also apply to OIM staff? And I'm referring specifically to administrative ones in nature that are not related to the substance of investigations or the findings from investigations.
So I won't speak on behalf of the board because we haven't had that specific conversation. I try my best to read through your APMs as I'm not trained in them as a community member. However, I did try to get through as many as I could. And in terms of so the question is, do I believe the office and the board should be to adhere to the administrative pieces if it doesn't impede on to some of the investigatory work? I do think that there are basic, policies that I think we all agree upon. We want people to have their rights as a worker, right? Wisconsin, we birthed a lot of that, right? I think people really do value making sure that there is no discrimination, and we want to make sure that people are paid for their time and that they receive time off and those kind of things, and some of the HR APMs that I read, and some of the administrative ones. And so I think that there are basic, foundational that I think everyone can agree on. My only concern with saying all APMs is that, say, our great mayor decides that she's going to retire and someone else is going to come in and they're going to add some APMs that may be in opposition to some of the work that we do. And maybe we have a council who's not willing to change, the ordinance or something like that, right? So when I think about scenarios like that, it kind of leaves us open to possible issues down the road. And I think if there is an instance where there may be conflicts between some of the work that is being done and maybe interpretations of those APMs, there's a possibility that that might occur where there might be some conflicts. And so by saying there may be some issues around that. But I do think there are some foundational ones that I think we all can agree upon. And, I think we may be open to that. If there are things that I think we would need to add or co-create maybe, I'm open to that too. But what I do want to mention is that I don't see anywhere where the PFC is required to follow all APMs. In their ordinance, it only says that they have to follow the state law. And in the state law, it doesn't actually reference any kind of administrative for their municipality. So that's interesting to me that we're focusing on us and also a mechanism or kind of like a comparable board or commission does not have the same requirements or level of scrutiny around that. So I'm just saying that's just from what I'm reading, so yeah.
OIM staff members are city employees, though, as opposed to PFC members, correct?
Pardon?
OIM staff are city employees, though, as opposed to PFC committee members.
So yes, the OIM are city staff.
Sure.
But I do think that there are some folks that are assigned to PFC from my understanding, but I could be wrong for that. Not for city staff? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Pritchett. Questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. And we've heard the words.
Your mic.
Alder, can you speak into the mic? Thank you.
We've heard the word independent.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard the word unfettered. So now we have agencies. We have the PCOB. We have the OIM. we have the police department, we have the city of Madison, okay, the legislative branch. And the term that's being floated around is independence, independence, independence. Now, are we talking about independence with respect to structure? Or are we talking about independence with respect to work that you're doing? Because now, if we're asking for independence, how do we square not communicating with the very, very agencies that you are working to problems to solve? This is critical, because independence now implies one thing. But then if you're going to say you're in a silo and you're independent, at what point in time do you intersect with the other agencies?
So, okay. So what you're asking is, are we is it my opinion that we are independent in structure, or are we independent in the work? Is that what you're asking me?
Right, because they go hand in hand.
I think you answered your question. I do think that we're independent in both.
In both?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm asking the question.
No, you said that they're hand in hand, and I'm agreeing with you. They are hand in hand.
They go hand in hand.
Yes.
So when does the bulb go on? When does the signal go on that I need to talk to? When does the signal go on here that says I need to talk to this agency? That's important.
So I think
you mentioned earlier that you were going through your strategic plan. Now, when do you communicate with these other silos? Or is there a need to do that? Or is it independent?
Do you mean that communicate with the silo of OIM, MPD, and the city? Or just every other department?
Yeah, any of those departments.
So I do think that we work with HR. We're working with HR now to hire the next independent monitor to permanent one. You know, I know that the independent monitor class has worked with IT. She's worked with like many of the departments. And so I guess I'm not really understanding what your question is, because we do work with the city departments when necessary.
But you say you're independent.
Okay, so I guess I'm not really understanding what you're trying to, what
So
point
if
you're trying to
you're
make.
independent, you know, and if you really follow what independent is, okay, the definition of independent, but yet and still you're saying you feel you have to work with these other departments.
So, I mean,
that's why I asked you about structure and work.
Alder Pridgett, I can definitely say, like, in my career, in my own expertise, I can find someone to do HR work for us if I want it. You know, if we wanted, to your point, if we really wanted to truly be independent, per what you say, I mean, we could, right? But again, we still, even though the independence is there by nature of our ordinance, and we take that very seriously, we also still understand we're an entity of the city. And so we have been told that we should work with the city agencies to the extent of the work that is necessary.
But maybe the word shouldn't be independent, it should be interdependent. Would that be a fair statement?
I would beg to differ.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. Just two quick questions, because I know you like them.
I feel like I'm in court.
The first one, just so I can know if I need to actually access of independent monitor class. So when Greg, so I had a recent meeting with Greg and Chioma, and I believe Greg went from full-time to part-time. I can remember the exact month, but they said nothing changed when, you know, he went from full-time to part-time. So I guess my question to you is, who will work on the work plan? Like, will his tasks be adjusted? Because right now they're saying nothing has changed. But when you go to full-time to part-time, like, you're doing full-time task in the part-time role. But is there a plan or work plan to adjust? that until, if there's a budget increase, for example,
Yeah.
then we'll go back?
I mean, I would defer to the independent monitor as she oversees that
I'll ask that
person.
one then.
But
I'll
I
ask
will
that
say
instead.
for budgetary
Yeah.
reasons, I do think, of course, we would want a full-time person in all those positions.
Yep, I'll ask his staff questions then. My second quick question is, and I won't, because I hate saying who said what because it gets blaming folks. But in talking to community members, including PCOB members, there was a question about communication. So I just want to understand, what is the process? Like if there's a concern shared from any city agency, like let's just use IT. No, let's just use a random agency like Parks. Let's use Parks. So if there was a concern from Parks and the concern was brought to you as the chair, does the chair automatically share those with, is it the executive committee that might get the issue, or is it the full PCOB? Because in some of those conversations I was having, folks, they didn't feel like they had that information. And so I was curious, without trying to blame, why they didn't get that information. How does the communication channel work, or the communication loop work?
Yeah, so the communication works is that if there is a concern that is brought to me, I typically will reach out to, depending on the level of what is being bought. So if it's something very egregious where we need to, as a full board, take action, then I'm reaching out to the full board, letting them know that maybe we need to do like an emergency meeting. We need to talk about some things. If it's a matter of that doesn't require that level of involvement for the full board, but needs immediate action, we convene the exec committee. Typically, I try really hard to contact every board member if there is something that is really important for them to know, to let them know that something has occurred, and just to inform them. And I do that rounds, and I make all the calls to every individual member if necessary. I think the thing is that there have been some members who, are not on subcommittees or on exec committees and such, and so they come to the regular board meetings, or they engage with the work in other ways that may not be aware to some things that may be pressing or coming through very fast, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. And then one very last quick one. For the procedure, I think it's the procedural manual, that's still in process, right? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn?
Maya, just one question. Has independent monitor Glass ever restricted you from having conversations with people?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for Ms. Pearson, for Chair Pearson, excuse me? Okay, I think we can let you sit down. Thank you.
I'm still here if you need me.
Any other questions for any other registrants? Alder Vitiver.
I apologize, but I'm going to ask former Alder Govindarajan to come back with one question.
Oh, do we still have Alder Govindarajan online? Looks like it.
Yep.
Alder Govindarajan, can you talk about what your intention was when you were putting together the amendments in terms of speaking to that piece of independence?
Yes. So thank you for that question. So my goal was to never interfere with the independents in terms of their investigation and their core mission. And what I consider to be their core mission was already in current ordinance, and that's investigations, findings, policy recommendations, subpoena power, stuff like that. So, for example, their subpoena power is untouched. Their political independence clause is untouched. Like none of that is touched. So the way I kind of think of it is the OIM is not a quasi-government entity. I think a lot of the discussion regarding the public discussion of what independence is has been what they want the OIM to be, and a lot of people want the OIM to be a quasi-government entity. We have those in the city, like the Overture Center or the Business Improvement District, the bid board. I used to be an ex officio member on the bid board. They get partial city funding, but honestly, they're operated mostly via a private entity. The OIM, when it was created, it was not created as a quasi-government entity. That could have been an option it was never just put it under the mayor or don't put it under the mayor. It was also, do we want to create it as a separate quasi-government entity where they get some funding, but they are not applicable to APMs similar to the bid board or the Overture Center. But they are still applicable, like they still have to follow state law. Like when the bid board meets, they have to publicly notice their meetings. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about independence here. So, for example, there was this discussion about APMs, and the way I look at it is APMs are much less powerful than ordinance. The ordinance states currently that no official can use their political role to influence investigations. So in a hypothetical scenario, if this mayor or a future mayor was to write an APM that was intended to impact investigations, that APM itself would be a violation of the political interference ordinance, so it wouldn't be enforceable. And hypothetically, let's say there's an argument that city staff are making, oh, you should follow this APM, and the OIM is saying, no, I don't have to follow this APM. At the end of the day, it is still the PCOB who is uniquely charged to holding the OIM in compliance. If the independent monitor is breaking a rule, then the council could choose to step in, but there's no automatic way for us to enforce compliance. If a staff member under the independent monitor is breaking some rule or breaking some other APM, the council cannot just fire that person, So even in this hypothetical scenario that an APM might impact investigations, that decision gets made by the PCOB. So I actually see that as a protection in terms of their independence. And the proposed language in the substitute also specifically says that the OIM maintains independence in carrying out its core missions like investigation duties. There was also this earlier discussion that that the substitute does impact their independence. But I still really haven't seen a specific citation to the language on what the language, like which part of the language impacts which part of independence. And actually, so Alder Madison kind of got to this question earlier when she asked the data analyst to describe, quote, specific legitimate concerns. And his response was he didn't want to get into the details, and he kind of dodged the question. So if there are legitimate concerns about investigations being impacted and the independence of investigations being impacted, I asked the PCOB during their 2 meetings to tell us that, so it could be addressed in the substitute. In the last 5 weeks of this discussion, I still haven't heard any specifics over there, other than potentially the computer databases portion of things. But from my understanding with the computer databases, it basically says that OIM staff cannot walk into MPD offices and log into a computer themselves. However, they can still get the data that is on the computer as long as that data can be shared under whatever state laws exist. So that is still how things function currently. It does not impact their independence over there. So I think a lot of this discussion has been around the word independence, what people want the OIM to be in versus what it is set up to be. And they're still accountable to the council, obviously, and that kind of came up with the reports when reports portion of this, because the independence of the reports are not changed. It's just what is in the report. I understand Chair Pearson just said that the PCOB, they believe that they're more accountable to the community, which they obviously are. But as per the ordinance, they're accountable to the community, the public, and the Common Council. So, and alders know this one fact: if something is on a council agenda, it gets much more attention. That's why I mentioned earlier that the PCOB is still non-compliant with the ordinance when they haven't submitted the reports, because yes, we as alders got it emailed to us, I think, and it's on the PCOB website, but if it's not on the council agenda, it is not compliant with ordinance, and council doesn't have the opportunity to take an official vote and hear from constituents on fair critiques or criticisms or feedback, and sometimes positive feedback on what these reports entail. So that's hopefully answering your question of independence. I know that was longer than I intended.
Thank you, Alder Vitever. Alder Glenn, questions?
I keep hearing this word being called out, and I just have a few questions around it and around another word. I keep hearing the word like collaboration, 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 and it's a really hard word, and it's a really hard thing to do. And the reason it's a really hard thing to do for us is we hold power. And when you hold power, you're not an equal to the person that you're going talking to, especially when you control their budget. And so collaboration takes speed of trust, and speed of trust is slow. And I just keep hearing these very short timelines of 5 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And so when you talk about that we can't enforce or we can't do anything, what is an ordinance amendment? We can't tell them or get them in trouble if they don't do something, but we can sure write an ordinance about it, correct?
Is that still a question for me?
Yes.
Okay. From my understanding, we could always write an ordinance. That's something just alders can always do. But I have seen in other circumstances where the council will direct any committee to take a specific action. So for example, I think every 5 years, the council directs the sustainability committee to lead the City of Madison sustainability plan. And we get a report from the Sustainable Madison Committee on that sustainability plan that they do, whether it's every year or every 5 years. I can't remember. I was a member of that committee. So that is a resolution that we are directing them to do something. So potentially in a hypothetical scenario, even now, even without any of these ordinance changes, the council could direct the PCOB to take any action. And that would, in my understanding, be a valid thing that we could do legally. Again, Attorney Haas, feel free to correct me at any point, I suppose. But so it's beyond just ordinances. The reason I chose to address these issues through an ordinance is because it wasn't one-off issues here and there. I saw consistent patterns that indicated there was a structural issue that needed to be addressed. And that structural issue, in my perspective, is there was a core belief that the OIM and the PCOB believe that they were created to be operate as a quasi-government entity when they were never supposed to do so. They were created as part of the city, an entity of the city, unlike the bid board and the Overture Center or whatever, as I mentioned earlier. So in collaboration, yes, I know 5 weeks is not much, but also it's a lot more than most other committees get. If I had introduced this ordinance back in February, as I had wanted to, the PCOB still would have met on March 25th, and we still would have heard it today, because the PCOB meets 4 times this year. Would they have had additional time to review it? Yes. However, I was aware of the short amount of time, which is why I specifically asked for Attorney Haas to write his 8-page memo. And then I also wrote a memo as well that broke down the ordinance pretty much sentence by sentence, explaining my intent and the impact. When alders introduce ordinance, for the most part, there is not a legislative memo that goes along with it. It doesn't break down the impacts. It doesn't do things like that. And this, both the original and the substitute, have 3 very extensive memos from me and City Attorney Haas. And the items on Legistar, like that amount of supporting documents, it's not common. So I understood that it was a crunch timeline for collaboration, but I wanted to make it as easy as possible for the PCOB during their 2 meetings to discuss this, which is why we tried to get them out as soon as possible before the meeting. My legislative memo showed up 6 days ahead of time. Attorney Haas needed to talk to staff and me and understand my intent, and he got it out the day before. And then the amendments were kind of things that again, Amendment 1 and 2 kind of just happened and we weren't planning on it. So maybe Attorney Haas's memo could have come a couple days earlier, but those amendments slowed it down. And it definitely did impact collaboration, which is unfortunate, but it was always supposed to be like, here's the first draft version, please give me your feedback, which is also what I've done with the previous ordinances I've introduced, like the alder vacancy ordinance. That went through a lot of change at the Common Council Executive Committee, for example.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear and on record that
Is it a question, Alder?
It's a question.
Okay.
It's a question. That with collaboration, that you stated 5 weeks, that you stated we could have done more if we wanted to, so do you understand that we have the power to take and enforce?
Of course, we always have, but we haven't. And the thing is, I don't think the council will. Again, the reason is because of the timing of the annual report. I would have introduced this back in February, but when I met with the independent monitor, she had specifically asked me to wait until her annual report was out, which is why I waited till March 15th. I think her annual report actually came out on March 18th, and then I read it that day and then put out my ordinance the very next day, and that was followed by the legislative memo the next day. It was 48 hours of hell, but I tried my best to meet the timeline, and it is not perfect, but it is much more than any other committee gets. And it is an immense amount of staff time that people helped me out with that I think needs to be credited to them specifically, because it was never yes, anyone can always use more time. That is always going to be the answer. But also, the city does need to enforce its rules, especially when we have ordinance violations and APM violations and lawsuits and all of that stuff. At some point, the council needed to take action, and I felt like that time was soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for former Alder Govindarajan? Seeing none. Are there any other questions for any of the other registrants? Seeing none, is there appetite for a brief recess?
Yes, Mayor.
Is there a motion for a 10-minute recess? So moved by Alder Okovitz and seconded by Alder Madison. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute recess? If not, we will be back at 10:56. I'm about 1 minute out. Okay, folks, it's 10:57. So if I can have the alders in the room, please return to your seats. And the alders on Zoom, come back with your cameras. And the alders in the room and the staff return to their seats. How are we on noses? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. I'd like to call back to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, April 21st, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Glenn. Alder Glenn is present. Alder Uguer. Alder Uguer is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Lankella. Here. Alder Lankella is present. Alder Lieberman. Here. Alder Lieberman is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez-Rutherford. Alder Martinez-Rutherford is present. Alder Matthews. Here. Alder Matthews is present. Alder Mayer. Here. Alder Mayer is present. Alder O'Brien. Here. Alder O'Brien is present. Alder Ohovich. Present. Ohovich is present. Alder Pritchett. Alder Pritchett is present. Alder Tischler.
Here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitever. Alder Vitever is kind of present. Alder Zhang. Alder Zhang is present. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Oh, that's me?
Yes.
I'm here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Madam Member Quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have reached the slightly punch-drunk session of the evening. And so let me just say that having participated in many late-night council meetings, you do reach that point. And I just ask everybody, alders, people observing, to have some grace for the fact that we're all human beings and it's late at night and some of us maybe haven't had enough sleep or enough caffeine or whatever it takes. And to please don't interpret us joking with each other as a lack of seriousness for the issues that are before us. We're all human beings. We're all stuck in this room until this meeting is over. And I think we just have to be able to learn to live with that. So we have finished now public comment. And so we are going to go to item 7, which is Legistar 92339, an appeal of the Plan Commission action on the conditional use request for 2927 East Washington Avenue, which was Legistar ID 91510. And before we get a motion on item 7, I'm sincerely hoping that Attorney Smith and Director Tuttle are here so that we can get just a little orientation on this item and the nature of the appeal and the options for the motion before we enter into it. So I don't know, Director Tuttle or Attorney Smith, whoever wants to go first. Yeah, Director Tuttle, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I will start and then Attorney Smith will add a few considerations for the council. So good evening, Council and Mayor. As the Mayor noted, this item relates to an appeal of a Plan Commission denial of a request for outdoor amplified sound for a business, the Minocqua Brewing's Madison Tap Room at 2927 East Washington Avenue. The original request for the amplified sound in an outdoor eating area is a conditional use, which is a type of zoning approval that the Plan Commission considers. The Plan Commission is vested with the responsibility for reviewing these types of requests and either approving them with conditions, or denying them based on their review of the request and their consideration of the standards that are outlined in our ordinance, specifically in MGO 28183. The Common Council sees these conditional uses only when they are appealed to the Common Council, which is why this item is before you tonight. In this process, the Council will be acting as a quasi-judicial body, which really just means that the Council must review the item that's before them and the Plan Commission's action on it compared to the standards in the ordinance. Again, 28183. So in this case, this is not a question of creating policy for how we regulate sound in outdoor seating areas, nor is it a question of whether we may like or dislike the proposal or some of the dynamics that's before us tonight. But it's specifically a question of whether or not we can make findings related to the standards of approval for conditional use, and for the council to consider whether to affirm or reverse the Plan Commission's prior action. So after considering the appeal and the Plan Commission's March 2026 decision, the council may take one of two actions and must state findings as part of its decision on one of these actions. The council can deny the appeal. This would be an appropriate action for the council if it finds that one or more of the standards of approval for a conditional use cannot be met. It could alternatively approve the appeal by either reversing or modifying the Plan Commission's previous denial. This would be an appropriate action if the council finds that all of the standards of approval that are relevant to this application can be met. The standards of approval are included in a memo that Attorney Kate Smith provided for the council attached to the Legistar file. And I'll talk a little bit more about which are applicable to this here in just a second. So moving then into the nature of the question that's in front of you. At the March 2nd, 2026 meeting, the applicant, Minocqua Brewing, requested approval for a conditional use to allow amplified sound in an existing outdoor seating area. Staff understood the request to include amplified music from 3 to 6 p.m. on Saturdays between May and October, and also to include amplified sound associated with Badger games. The applicant included a proposal for some mitigating efforts to try to address noise, such as using sound blankets and monitoring noise with a decibel reader. In the review of this application, the Plan Commission considered conditional use standards 1 through 6, which were relevant to this, again, outlined in that memo. Staff recommended that most of these could be found met with the exception of standard 3, which states that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. The primary concern related to this standard was the proximity of this outdoor eating area to other residential uses, and staff could not definitively conclude that this standard could be met. We supported the Plan Commission's analysis of this with information about prior approvals for outdoor eating areas that included permissions for amplified sound, and also provided a list of other potential noise mitigation measures that could be considered by the Commission if they could find the standards met. However, after the public hearing, the Plan Commission denied the request, citing that the standards, particularly standard 3, could not be found met due to the proximity to residential uses. So that's the background on this item, and I'll let Attorney Smith provide a bit more additional legal information for this conversation.
Thank you, Director Tuttle. And for the new alders in the room, congratulations. My name is Kate Smith, and I'm the Assistant City Attorney who works with the Planning and Zoning staff. Director Tuttle has given you an overview of the conditional use process under our local ordinances. And in addition to our Madison general ordinances, Wisconsin statutes also provide a framework for conditional use applications and decisions. Under Wisconsin statute, subsection 62.237DE2A, if you want to get specific, if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in the city ordinance or those imposed by the city zoning board, in our case that would be the Plan Commission, the city shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is also a defined term in the Wisconsin statutes as facts and information other than merely personal preferences or speculation directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit, and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. So substantial evidence can be provided through staff materials or public comments. But the fact that large numbers of people, or small numbers, as the case may be, may come to oppose or support a project is not by itself grounds for denial or approval. This is not to say that all public hearing testimony or submitted comments are relevant, but only public hearing testimony classified as personal preference or opinion or is unrelated to the zoning ordinance standards is irrelevant to the conditional use decision-making body. So the deciding body, you all tonight, are responsible for synthesizing materials presented to them from multiple sources and make findings of fact on the record to support their determination. In other words, so kind of finally, your job is to explain how you interpret what evidence supports or fails to support whether the standards are met. So for example, you could say, X in the staff report or Y in public comment supports a specific enumerated conditional use standard. And I know this might feel clunky, But your job is not just to state conclusions, but explain the lawful basis for these conclusions. And even though the hour is late, and I know that you all have more items on your agenda, your statutory responsibility as a body is to put on the record the evidence to support your conclusion linked to one or more of the ordinance standards. And I will just, as a reminder, since I can't remember if Director Tuttle said it, but the action of the Plan Commission shall be upheld unless it is reversed or modified by a favorable vote of 2/3 of the member of the Common Council. So thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Tuttle and Attorney Smith. Are there questions for staff on this item? Alder Uguer?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Director Tuttle. One of the things that we heard tonight was the proximity in terms of distance from the residences nearby to the area where there would be amplified sound. As I recall, this was also an issue that was discussed extensively at the meeting when the application was denied by the Plan Commission. I think it might be helpful for all of us if you would perhaps compare this denial in this case to another recent Gilman Street action where the Plan Commission did approve amplified sound, but found that that standard number 3 was met for a variety of reasons. I think that's one that might be useful for this body to consider in how it applies standard number 3. Could you just refresh us a little bit on that decision and why, despite the proximity in that case, a different decision was reached and that one was approved?
Yeah, thank you, Alder Uguer. That's a really good question. And I also failed to mention at the beginning that Principal Planner Kevin Furkow is also here. I think Kevin is prepared to speak to this question.
Thank you, Director Tuttle. I'm Kevin Furkow, a Principal Planner in the Planning Division. And so to your question, Alder, on the record, you're referring to an item that was recently considered by the Plan Commission that also had some proximity questions. And some of the distinctions that were raised between this item and that, and there are some similarities between these two requests, but among the differences, prior to the motion being made, there was a question asked of staff, and staff had noted a few differences between the two requests. One had to do with the different zoning, both for the subject property and surrounding properties. Another difference between the two requests was the subject one that you're reviewing this evening on East Washington for Minocqua Brewing was in closer proximity to more residential units than the one that was approved a few weeks ago. And another physical difference was the patio area for the one that was approved a couple of weeks ago was a larger area, and staff at the time at that meeting had noted that would potentially provide more flexibility to move speakers and other things and have more flexibility in layout in terms of to increase the distance between sound sources and nearby residential uses, have more flexibility in the setup of that. So that was the question that was raised. In the findings that the Plan Commission made, they did say a few things on the record in addition to that. They had noted that as part of their motion, they cited, based on the public hearing, that the applicant for the one that was approved had worked with some of the surrounding neighbors and provided some solutions to address some of the sound and to mitigate some of the concerns. And that was noted by a couple of speakers. And it was also noted that the nature of the outdoor sound and how the sound was going to be, the amplified sound was going to be used, was found to also be a mitigating factor for the project that was approved. So those were the items that were cited as being different between those two recent requests.
Thank you, Kevin. That answers my question. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Planner Furkow, in the staff report for the original Plan Commission meeting, there's a table that lists median and average distances between locations that were allowed, outdoor seating areas that were allowed amplification and those that weren't. And it shows that the median, and I believe that this property is 40 feet away from the nearest residential?
Yes.
And the median application for, or median distance for things that have been approved was 45, where it's 175 for ones that were approved. So it was 40 feet away at the time of the denial of this application. And has the, I'm sorry, I'm so tired right now. Has the property moved any further away since then, or is it at the same distance?
The property would be at the same distance. I did want to note,
Thank you.
You referenced the table, just for the record, that there was an addendum and there were some updated figures based on staff's review. We realized that we corrected a couple of the statistics, and that was noted for your consideration. That was uploaded to Legistar last week from information that was in the regular staff report. But yes, the closest residence is approximately 40 feet from the outdoor amplified or for the patio in question here for East Washington Avenue.
Thank you. Yeah, considering that was the basis of the decision then, that's what I wanted to make sure that was the same thing now. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Kevin, which file has those statistics in the Legistar?
There in Legistar 92339, the appeal file, there is an addendum to the staff report that updates the table that Alder Mayer just referenced, and there's a little bit more information, background information about some background information that was corrected from the original staff report that the Plan Commission reviewed when they reviewed this case in March.
So what's the file name?
The file name is, I believe it's referred to as Staff Report Addendum.
Got it.
I can get you the exact name here. It is Staff Comments Addendum, and then the date, April 17th, 2026.
So can you elaborate on this table? Because I was going to ask about, I don't think the ordinance has anything specific about how many feet needs to be from a property. So, and I really want to make sure that, we cover whatever decision we made, we had the right wording. So what is this, can you talk about this data that is presented here on this addendum?
Sure. Really quickly, summarizing what is in that addendum, it identifies two properties, 1602 Gilson Street and 506 through 518 East Wilson Street, and 132, 150 South Blair Street. That's all the same property. The Gilson Street one and the second one is the Essen House. Those are approvals that have outdoor sound, and they were referenced in the original staff report, but they were incorrectly categorized as not having outdoor sound approvals. For the Gilson Street one, and that was one that was just reapproved, while outdoor sound was not allowed, there was an exception for 4 outdoor events in its 2018 approval. Again, as noted earlier, recently at their last Plan Commission meeting, the Plan Commission approved a new conditional use with outdoor sound for Gilson Street. And then for the Essen House one, that was also one that was miscategorized in that table. There were a couple other conditional uses for outdoor sound that were also found to have been inadvertently omitted. So the updated table is on page 2 of that addendum, and it summarizes outdoor eating areas going back to about mid-2015. It notes that there were 84 applications that involved outdoor eating areas, and it shows that 14 of those 84 had some sort of outdoor sound approval. And then in 54, there was not outdoor sound approval. That's not to say that it was denied all of those cases. In most of those cases, it wasn't requested, or the Plan Commission applied a commonly applied condition where they did not allow outdoor amplified sound. And that was in 54 of those cases. And then in 16 cases, an applicant specified that they were not seeking an outdoor sound approval with that. And along with that table, it summarizes median and average and the range of distance. And among the corrections here, the average and the median distance, it went down a bit from the data that was in the original report. But what we're seeing in this report is based on our current understanding, the median distance where was 98 feet where outdoor sound, or I'm sorry, where outdoor amplified sound was allowed, with an average of 202 feet and a range between 0 and 820 feet of other cases where outdoor sound was allowed. So, Alder, I'll pause there to see if you had any follow-ups. So,
I'm following. So to recap, there's 14 applications since 2015 that came with amplified sound, and the average of those distances were 202 feet, and the median was 98.
that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I got for now.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for staff? Alder Pritchett?
For those who received approval for amplified sound in the past, you mentioned Wilson Street, and I think you mentioned Gills and some of the others. Have you received feedback from those who were affected or those who opposed amplified sound? Feedback regarding, did the applicant, this business, did they come up with suitable ways to solve the problem of sound? Anything like that? Or do we have a mechanism for addressing, so something is approved, and then it's approved, and then everything kind of goes away? But then for those who are affected by it, is there a mechanism for them to come back and say, whatever they put up to kind of abate the sound, have they come back and said that this isn't working? And if so, how many individuals or those who opposed, have mentioned this? Do they just let it die and say we're going to suck it up and deal with it? Or is there a mechanism for them? Thank you.
There is a mechanism, and the term in the zoning code is referred to as continuing jurisdiction. And essentially what that means is that the Plan Commission has ongoing oversight of a conditional use. And there's a process, if someone believes that a use is not meeting condition approvals or is no longer would be meeting the standards, there's a process that the Plan Commission could consider reconsider an item and either add additional conditions, change the conditions, potentially reverts its decision. Again, that is called continuing jurisdiction. That is the mechanism. Offhand, I don't believe that any of the conditional uses here of those 14 went through the formal continuing jurisdiction process. I don't know offhand if a complaint had been filed to building inspection, zoning, and Alder. So I can't say with certainty if there was a complaint that had been filed on any of those.
I'll just add, Alder, that I do know in the case of the Essen House approval that Kevin mentioned a few minutes ago, after a prior approval, we did hear some concerns from some of the neighbors of the Essen House that were affected by some of the sound activities. They did bring those issues to the attention of staff in the zoning division. It was determined that they were operating their outdoor sound on their patio consistent with their approval. And so there were no zoning violations or any concerns to refer to the Plan Commission. But we know that their approval was only issued at that time for 1 year intentionally to ensure that the plan for how they were going to manage sound for their events was going to be successful. So those neighbors were able to come and participate in the Plan Commission's next hearing when the Plan Commission considered the renewal of that permit the next year.
So is this something that, someone who is opposing amplified sound, is this communicated to them? Is this, they need, they're living there. And I just need, what do we do? What do we say to someone who is about to have or be bombarded by amplified sound? Do we let them know that there is a mechanism that they can explore if it is not working?
If complaints were filed, we would certainly, note the different options, including continuing jurisdiction and other options that might be available. As far as the continuing jurisdiction, whenever we have a conditional use like this, we note that in the staff report, so it's on the record that this tool does exist in the zoning code. So that there are different ways that we notice that, but oftentimes this would be something that if concerns came in, and they would typically come in through zoning or building inspection, would be a common place for those to start. Whether or not that the applicant could be advised or would be advised if continuing jurisdiction would be an avenue to explore.
So it's like after the fact, correct?
Yes.
We don't publicly tell them, if it's not working out, you can file.
Well, I think
we do, Alder, we do mention the issue of continuing jurisdiction as part of the staff memos when we are dealing with conditional use requests. So this issue that Kevin's mentioning, that the Plan Commission retains the ability to hear concerns about conditional use permits that it issues, regardless of what they're for. So we're talking about sound right now, it could apply to anything. So if there are concerns that a conditional use that it approves is not operating according to its conditions, or that, as Kevin mentioned before, that the standards can no longer be met, that is a process that exists, and we do mention that as part of the staff report when it's prepared. So that's part of the public record before an approval happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff on this item? Alder Figueroa-Cole?
In regard to trying to, figure out how to word this and use the evidence we have in front of us, there's a mentioning of an 8-foot fence. What protection does an 8-foot fence will have against noise in a case like this? I mean, I'm thinking about like living by the bed line, and we had those noise walls, and they only serve to the people that are next to it. And as people get farther away, the noise travels. The wall doesn't do anything for them. So is that the same concept here?
Well, there's an existing fence, and as part of the applicant's initial conditional use request, in addition to the fence, they had proposed adding a sound mitigating curtain, and they provided some information on that. And so in the original staff report of March 2nd, there is an approval condition that talks about that the applicant would install a sound mitigating curtain on the fence, or a similar system to increase that. So that was part of the original staff report of March 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions for staff? Seeing none, then President Madison, a motion, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to defer to Alder Field.
Alder Field, a motion, please.
Yep, I move that the Common Council upholds the decision of the Plan Commission.
Moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please, and thank you. So I wanted to note that Standard 3, the uses and enjoyment of surrounding properties, was the main focus of this part of the Plan Commission's discussion on the item, and I think it remains relevant today. We've heard from, and more public commenters at the Plan Commission meeting, but some today, about the impacts of existing noise and then worse impacts of potential amplified sound on their uses and enjoyments of their property nearby. And I think that they made a pretty good case that they're concerned that the sound itself would be the problem, sound from amplified noise, if this were to be approved. I think that the staff report and the addendum do provide a great example of how we have made this decision in the past when noise has been relevant to adjacent residential uses, where we typically do not approve these when they're this close to a residence. And in the case of this particular request, it's very close to properties directly on East Washington Avenue that are potential, well, current, and then some potential future intensive development sites where a lot of people will live. So those were all relevant to the discussion that we had at the Plan Commission, and I think they're relevant to this discussion tonight too. For those reasons, I certainly don't think that condition 3 is met. Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on item 7? Alder Uyghur?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to amplify that also as a member of the Plan Commission. We heard a good deal more testimony at that point than we did tonight, also convincing the Commission that the noise, given the proximity and the nature of the activities that were going to be amplified, were quite convincing and compelling in arriving at decision that standard number 3 would not be met. And again, I'll point out, as we heard from Planner Furkow, in the comparison to a more recent approval, again with some fairly close proximity, that we were talking about a different kind of activity that for which the sound would be amplified. And we also heard that in that approval that one of the reasons given by the Plan Commission and reflected in the minutes for that meeting was that there was extensive interplay between the applicant and the neighbors and responsiveness by the applicant in that particular case to adjusting the various mediating activities that they were going to undertake and structures and so forth that would further mitigate the sound. So I would also agree that we should deny the appeal in this particular case. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on this item? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to deny the appeal. A denial of appeal requires a simple majority, 11 votes. If the motion were to uphold, it would require 2/3. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of denying the appeal? Seeing no objection, the appeal is denied. And we'll move on to item 55, which is Legistar 92386, a substitute amending subsections of the Madison General Ordinances to add public reporting requirements for the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. On item 55, President Madison, a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion to adopt version 2 as stated in Legistar item 92386.
All right, so the motion is to adopt version 2. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt version 2. We'll start with questions for staff. Alder Mayor?
Thank you. I move to re-refer this item to the PCOB meeting of June 17th to come back to council on July 21st.
There's a replacement motion to refer to the June 17th
Correct.
meeting of PCOB and the July 21st meeting of the Common Council. That's been moved and seconded. So on the motion to refer, just on the motion to refer, are there relevant questions for staff that need to be asked? Alder Lieberman?
I have a question for Attorney Haas.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there are any, and tell me if this is not something that can be asked here. Are there any current issues involving adherence to the ALRs that
APMs.
Sorry,
It's okay.
it's been a long.
I got you. You're brand new.
Are there any issues that would be impacted by pushing this down to later this year? Are there any current?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any current non-compliance with APMs at this time.
Alder Glenn?
Hello. Question. Are there any current issues with any labor laws happening inside of your office?
No.
Do you see any reason to think there would be?
If the city gets control fully, yes, but not anything pertaining to us internally. And we work collaboratively with the HR director currently, so there hasn't been any issues.
During a referral, are you willing to collaborate with people to come up with any suggestions between both on a referral?
I was. I had what was supposed to be a 1-hour meeting with the city attorney and the chair that turned into a 3-hour meeting. And we made agreements, and those agreements were broken. I have met with pretty much all of you in this space. I have had a consistent relationship with the chief and assistant chief. I have met with department heads, and at many points, the concerns that you all have brought up were addressed, and I have witnesses on day one. I asked for a case management system so that the data sharing and all of the things.
I'm sorry, point of order? Alder Figueroa Cole, can you speak into the microphone, please?
So are we just talking about the question of referral? Because I think
Yes,
we
the
want to
only
talk about all
question
of
before
this,
us
but-
is referral.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm answering the question. She asked me, would I be willing to work?
Thank you. Thank you for answering.
And so, can I
Yes.
finish? Thank you. The lies that have come from this city leadership has caused me to believe I cannot work. I've come to the table with everyone, and there was no reason for this. Things were addressed immediately. There hasn't been any concerns pertaining to the leadership of the office now. So when you ask me, can I work with you all? I don't know how to answer that without being honest. I don't believe I can. I think there's a few of you that have been honest, but when you all ask MGR questions about what took place and there's not an honest conversation, I don't know if I can work with you all. When I've seen Greg be dragged through the mud and there be no real context, I don't know if I can work with you all. I don't know if I'm gonna have another agreement for 3 hours and then that be completely scraped away. I don't know if the mayor's office is gonna say that I've done so many things and scolded them and that never happened. I don't know. I know I've been able to work with the chief, the people I have oversight of.
Would you be willing to work with a few of the alders?
If people could be honest, if you all were willing to have an investigation into what actually took place, why are city staff telling the chief that Greg did interviews that he didn't do, to mislead the community and mislead the public
and undermine my leadership and my authority, if we're willing to have those conversations, then yes, I'm willing to work with you all.
Do you think that with that we need to have some time to be able to look through? I seen your email that you had sent with a lot of information for all of us. One of the reasons I wanted to second this referral was because of that. I think we got a lot of information today. I think we got some answers today. Things started not adding up for me. So I would like some time. Do you think that with all the information you shared that there is more that we need to know?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff that are relevant to the question of referral? Seeing none, the motion before us is referral. Is there discussion? Alder Okovitz? Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected colleagues, this amendment was initially referred to the PCOB at their March 25th meeting, where they declined to discuss it and voted to recommend it be placed on file with prejudice. I believe this was a mistake at the time, and I'll admit I was very frustrated because I wanted to get their legitimate feedback on the record in an open forum, not only on former Alder MGR's proposed amendment, but my suggestion of potentially having an Alder serve in some capacity on the PCOB. But I will say I do now understand the initial hostility at that March 25th meeting. The PCOB is a unique body among our 100-odd committees, commissions, and boards in many ways. One of those painful ways is how the PCOB and OIM have been under routine attack since their formation. Even as recent as the last budget cycle, there was an 11th hour move to defund them completely. So I understand the suspicion. I understand the reaction. We on this council know that the timing and nature of Legistar is often not opportune, often causes whiplash. I think that's what happened here. Since that meeting, I have met with members of the PCOB, and I believe that they are more receptive now to taking constructive steps forward. I do think that if re-referred, they will recommend changes to the proposed amendment. I think we can work collaboratively, and I think we should listen to and carefully consider those changes. I would like to give the PCOB a second chance to constructively move forward with this effort to make the PCOB and OIM structurally stronger and resilient into the future. The proposed changes are important. Contrary to much public comment, I think they will make these organizations stronger, but I do not think that they are so urgent that we cannot give them a little more time to work their way through a democratic process. We may have agreement on the council, but we need buy-in from the PCOB and the OIM and the community. So let's slow it down, and please vote to re-refer to the PCOB. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Okovitz?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. We generally have a policy on the City Council not to refer things just to slow it down. We refer them to gain new information that we need for making decisions. I did read I.M. Glass's memo today, and there's a lot in there, and there's been a lot of talk in the media and in organizations and just in the city about what's going on here, but what's before us are the amendments for the amending the ordinances for the OIM, including requiring them to comply with APMs, having them use the city attorney and HR and IT for administrative tasks, changing the report requirements, and sorry, I got it. I think the last one is also related to report requirements. Sorry, late night. I don't see how referring to the July meeting and then rediscussing is going to bring us new information that is going to change how we're going to make a decision tonight. So that I will be voting no on referring.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. It's late. Not that late. But for us, this is pretty late. I wanted to speak to the referral. I think there are two big reasons why it makes sense to refer this. I think that even if there was no intention to further rework what's on the table right now, which I think there very much is, what would be coming back in July wouldn't be the same ordinance, it would be different. Even if that weren't the case, I think for myself, there is more information that I need that I guess we could maybe stay here until 4 a.m. and get it potentially, maybe. But even then, I think there's more information that I would need to make the correct decision on this item. Even just the spread of information and how we've gotten it and how it's gotten into Legistar and who has had all the pieces of the information is not very equal across all of us. For example, 2 of our colleagues, this is their very first night. I know they got some emails copied to like their campaign emails that I saw, or addressed. But there's a lot of context that I would imagine that they might want more information on. But just for myself, I was learning new things about this, I don't know, almost every day of the last 2 weeks. And the things that have come out, the things that are in Legistar, some of the other things that have been discussed, there is conflict there. And I do think that I need more time to get more information. I think there is a need to reconcile the conflict. So there's that. But also, I do think that the intention is to continue to work on the ordinance. I think the changes, even the ones that I'm co-sponsoring, could use more collaboration and more discussion and more work. And so that time would be spent well. And I will leave it at that for now. I guess I'll just say that we heard a lot of public comment tonight. And I think it was our brand new vice president who used the word, the speed of trust. Yes, the speed of trust is slow. I think that, some of the things we've heard tonight from folks are, let's see, and I do think this is relevant, right? Someone who's someone who works with children saying that they're awestruck at what they've experienced awestruck at what the children have experienced in regards to policing at the age of 11 or 12 or 14. We also had some mention of the mechanisms for reporting for survivors, mechanisms to interact with the city, and that when the trust isn't there, people don't feel comfortable coming to us for resources that we have, or to even just report the things that they're experiencing. And I think that it's our responsibility to be building that trust. I also just wanted to say, right, like the ask for us to look internally at the infrastructure we provide to folks in the context of, right, that is the trust there for people to actually use the resources that we spend the taxpayer money on to offer, because the city does incredible things. And then I especially want to point out from a very young person who came up and gave public comment from the Freedom Youth Squad. And this, I believe, I wrote down exactly as a direct quote, that without the voices of those most vulnerable, we are failing to do them justice. And I do have a little more that maybe I won't have to say, but for now I'm good.
Thank you, Alder. On the question of referral, Alder Lieberman.
Yeah, I would just like to second what Alder Matthews said there, and specifically as somebody who is new here, I worked as hard as I could these last 2 weeks to get caught up on this issue, but I think today raised some questions of fact that I personally don't know that I feel fully comfortable committing one way or another on this. I understand if the alders who have spent more time on this issue do, but personally, I think I would benefit from a referral. I'll also say, to the point that Alder Matthews was making, regardless of the intended impact of these changes, I think that there are many members of our community who feel that these changes are would have harm. And I think that a time for referral would not only allow us to change the language, but to work on that outreach and to make sure that those community members and those groups feel heard, and either we can fix the language or work on the education to make sure that the act of passage itself is not committing emotional harm to vulnerable members of our community. So I'll be voting yes to refer.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am definitely going to support the referral. And let me just put this before the body, is that I was one of the 3 alders who voted to shift money during the capital budget away from this department. And it was before I realized that there was a potential hire in the negotiation piece. And so as soon as I realized that there was a person to be hired in that position, I shifted. But I had a conversation with the new hire, and it was very clear to me that a lot of what did not happen prior to her coming here was being shifted over to the current IM, and I don't think that that's fair. I don't think, and I've never agreed with Dr. I always get your name mixed up. But in this, I agree with him. And the reason that I agree with him is that community voices must be heard. And if I've got questions, and the community, by virtue of it's almost 11 o'clock and we are still asking questions and talking about this, I'm not clear at all. And to refer this so that there would be an opportunity for questions to be asked, for community voices to show up, and so for all of the decision makers to be at the table. That's very, very important. And so we can pass this ordinance, but if we don't have all the pieces, we don't have all the pieces. I don't have all the pieces. And to refer this and give us an opportunity to have the players at the table so that when we make a decision, we can follow through with that decision. I don't think we have all the answers. And so I strongly support the referral until we have the opportunity to have those representatives. It doesn't have to be everybody, but it does have to be representatives who are decision makers to come back to this body with what they decided collaboratively. So I will be supporting the referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn?
Yes, I just want to remind everybody of the awesome job that has been done since our new independent monitor. I don't think that has been talked about enough out of our mouths, of the amount of work, an annual report, getting things together with data, being able to put it through in such a short amount of time, and after we had waited 5 years for this first one. She understands what needs to be done. She is following rules that now we're here, but we want to add to, that are labor rules. I just feel like, and then we get this email today with all of these things that one of the things we talk about in like criminal justice is clean hands. And if there's not clean hands, it's just hard to deal with something until you know if everybody has clean hands. You can't come in and ask for something from someone when you don't have clean hands in a court of law. I know this isn't a court of law, but if there were things being done, and if there are things being caused harm to something that 700 of us showed up for, I was one. It was funny, I tried to reach out to one of the former alders, and the last time I spoke to them was from that night in my messenger. And we showed up as a community, as a rally, as finally feeling like we have a voice. And I know most of the alders here are a whole bunch of people. We're a whole bunch of people with lived experience who want to do something. I talk about this often in peer support as is that you still aren't equal to someone when it now becomes your job, even if you have the same lived experience. And so when we go into places and we are thinking we are the community, we carry a power with us that others bow to. We talk about this in criminal justice so much. They've had to come up with rules around it because the power dynamic. And I feel like there's so much blame being put on this committee in this office and not enough on what did we do or what did we not do. And I want to find out. I want time to dig into this. I don't want ordinances coming up that are already out, that are rules. There's ordinances that I might want to have that I feel like, why do they have an attorney that's represented MPD when it's clearly written? So if those rules are being broken, then why are we then saying that they have to have rules? That's unclean hands. So I want to look into this. I want to review this. I want to talk to people. I love the idea, whoever said the committee. But June, okay, that's faster than the speed of trust, but this community deserves for us to give it our best shot every single time this office comes to the table. This office needs equity. We talk about it all the time. Nobody wants to do it. You know what equity means? That I need more than you, and you need to accept that I get more than you. This office needs equity. It needs us to give it more than what we give something else, because we are asking community who have been harmed by the system we work for. We are asking people to show up multiple times. We are asking people to carry the burden because it's the only out we have for police oversight right now. Maybe we need a quasi-judicial. Maybe we need this, not a quasi-judicial. Maybe we need it to be an enterprise. Maybe we need to do that. Maybe that's the thing we work on. Because what we're doing, if the tiniest bit limits them, we're doing the wrong thing. Because they deserve equity, not equality. Don't compare them to the other committees. They're not the other committees. They're the committees that are people that have been harmed by the city and the system we work for. It is our duty to make sure we get it 100% right, and that is going to take a little more time with the information we were given. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett?
You know, the need for PCOB and OIM is well documented. Well documented primarily because I lived it. I wish in the 60s and the 50s that there was a PCOB and a OIM. but there was none. So when we fast forward to today, I look at OIM and PCOB as being in its infancy, and I do mean its infancy. And it's obvious it has experienced some growing pains. It's time for us, as the legislative body here, to begin to look at what did we do, what did we not do to create the situation that we're currently in. I'm reminded of a movie that I saw years ago. It was called Cool Hand Luke. And the statement in Cool Hand Luke, the overseer of this group of prisoners, this guy tried to escape on numerous occasions. And he finally said to him, "What we have here is a failure to communicate." And I think we really need to begin to think about the communication patterns, the back and forths, and things like that. Because if we don't, then this is gonna, people from the Hmong community, and it was heartfelt, and I felt what she was saying. They didn't have a voice, no one to speak up and speak out for them. So it's those kinds of things that I'm reminded of that I think are very important, very critical with respect to us getting it right. There are golden opportunities to go back, and before we come back, begin to think about those who are not a part of the system. Take some opportunity. If you've never read anything by Kurt Vonnegut, read Harrison Bergeron, because Harrison Bergeron talks about the equity and how do we make it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford on the question of referral. Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on the question of referral? Alder Glenn for the second time.
No, I'm not going to ask. I have a friendly question.
Oh, okay.
I am wondering, and this might, and then we don't have to, but just wondering if it might be better to push it to the August 4th meeting.
So Alder Glenn is asking a question of Alder Mayor. Alder Mayor, would you like to answer the question? I'm sorry, let me do a small explanatory comma for our new members. Because alders don't address each other, you can't formally ask questions of each other during the meeting. So you can ask a question. You can say, just for example, Chair, I'm wondering if my colleague from the 6th District would be open to changing the date on the motion. That the alder that you're referring to doesn't have to answer the question, but they can. But they have to ring in to answer the question.
Oh.
Explanatory comma over. Alder Mayor.
Is Alder Glenn asking for a friendly amendment?
There's no such
there's
thing
no
as
such
a
thing.
friendly amendment. Alder Mayor, would you like to change your motion?
Yes, I would change it to August, the PCOB meeting. Wait, the PCOB or the council meeting? Yes, the council meeting of August 17th.
August 4th, August 17th. There's only one in August. Yeah. 8/4.
8/4, yes, 8/4. I'd like to make it
All right,
8/4.
so it's the 4th. I'm allowing only because of the hour am I allowing this crosstalk? So again, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. Alder Mayor has requested to change his motion from the second July council meeting to the only August council meeting. In order for that change to happen, the entire body has to agree to that. So if anybody objects to that change, we would have to vote on it, on the change happening. Just filling you in on the procedure. Alder Zhang?
By referring to this to a later meeting, does that open it to public comment again, or what is the form of discussion?
That's an excellent question, Alder. Technically, once we have had public comment on an item, we don't have to have it again, but my suspicion is that this body would want to, particularly if there are substantive changes to the item, would want to invite public comment again. But that would be up to you as a body.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have a question. Alder Harrington McKinney, a question?
My question is that if this is shifted to August, will that entail the meeting that we're requesting, the PCOB meeting? Because the goal of extending this is to have the opportunity, I thought, to have a meeting within that committee. So if we're saying...
It would still be referred to the June PCOB meeting.
Okay.
And then it would just have more time between that meeting and when it came to council.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to clarify that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alder. Okay. What's before us is the request to change the motion to refer this item to the June 17th PCOB meeting and the August 4th Common Council meeting. Is there objection to that being the motion? Seeing no objection, that is the motion before us. The question is referral. Is there further discussion? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on what Will was saying earlier. I know there has been a lot of back and forth going on in the community that that has been disgusting in all sides of the aisle. I just have to throw that out there because I'm just super annoyed with the way that has been played. But in front of us, what we have today is there are only three things mainly, well, on the report. We are talking about, we're not talking about all that noise, we're just talking about clarifying the language for the independence monitor to make it more specific to the APMs. We're talking about creating a process, codifying the MOU process that already exists, but just actually making it clear on the ordinance, and updating the report then. So honestly, like we're not changing this entire ordinance. We're not changing the power of subpoenas. We're not touching any of that stuff. It's simply discussing the MOU, adding that language, clarifying the things that it doesn't specifically speaks about the APMs or makes this office part of the city, and reports. So that's really what is on the discussion today. I did read the memo that was sent today, and in fact, thank you for the memo, because it's just, this is not about this OIM. This is not about when these things happen. I mean, even the testimony admitted these things happened. So we have an OIM person right now that is supposed to be hired in the next OIM. So we should create a clean slate for that upcoming person. It's just for the future OIM, for the future boards. So again, I don't understand where all these extra, I mean, I heard testimony today about things that I'm confused by it. Like, I don't get where people are making those connections. So I definitely would like to, we've been here already for many hours. I would really prefer that if you don't want to vote for this, just vote it down and move on with your lives. And, or, but I'm not going to support I don't want to support the referral. If this passes or doesn't pass, it should not impact the work that some elders want to do with the commission, with the committee. That doesn't change us. We do have to have work with that committee. We do want to making sure that they have the tools that they need to for success. That doesn't stop. If any of these changes are so harmful for the actual work of that committee, which is investigations and other duties that they have, we can always go back and revise those changes. So the matter of continue to stretch this, we had a change coming last year that came directly from the committee, sending the changes to the elder, which happens to be me, and I put those forward because it came directly from the committee. And that took 9 months of back and forth. Just continue to create that divisiveness within the community. I just don't see that to be, I don't see how is that productive at all. So I really hope that we can just take a few more minutes tonight to go over those 3 things that we want to change and discuss them and make a decision on what the messages that you want to send. Do you want future boards to be successful and help this board to continue to be successful? This is not about the current IAM. This is not about the current board. This is about processes and procedures that we as elders are supposed to be having oversight over it. This, I keep on hearing how many times we have come to this committee with changes. There have been a lot of changes on these ordinances that have been born from the committee, and we have taken those on and move on with it. This ordinance was created in 2020, and it hasn't been touched since then. We, as the elder here said earlier, these are still in the infancy, but it has been like 5 or 6 years. So we have a responsibility to take those instances that were fixed, so thank you very much for fixing them and addressing them, but making sure that that doesn't happen again. So this discussion of like, this already happened and we fix it, bravo, thank you for doing that. But those things should not have happened at all if we had had a stronger ordinance that spells out what it means. And I get it that people also talk about intent and all that stuff. If you didn't write it down, the intent doesn't matter. And that's what that's what we're trying to accomplish here. We want to write this thing in a way that is clear specifically who has the, where does the build an MOU, don't just leave it out for you guys to decide to do that or not. Make sure that there's an MOU, so we're giving a direct directive to do that. And the other changes which are associated with.
Alder, I'm going to bring you back to referral.
Thank you. You're right. Again, this is a process exercise, not all the information that we've been fed that may be right or might be wrong or whatever. So I cannot support a referral for this.
We only have one other Alder in the queue. Alder Matthews, on the question of referral. And for the second time.
I know. I still won't go into the things I have written down about the need to have this committee. I think we all understand that. And again, if we talk about that later potentially, but I do think that, I also think honestly that Vice President Glenn said it better than I could, but I do want to reiterate and also add that I think if we push this through tonight, I still think that there are questions that I will not be able to have answered on just what is in the ordinance changes that are suggested. But on top of that, I think that the little tiny bit of trust that we have started to build with the PCOB, with the current PCOB, which is fairly new, I believe, I think that it will be, and the trust that is already harmed with the public will be continued it will be further harmed in a way that will make it extremely hard for us to collaborate with them in a way, with us having all the power and being the representatives as the council of the city, of the institution. I think that will be, if not irreparably harmed to a very severe degree, and will impact the ability for them to succeed and for us to successfully work with them, and for things that it has been clarified are not ongoing problems. I just don't see, or I guess the question that we all have to ask ourselves is that worth it? And for me, it is not worth it. If anything wild were to come up between now and August at any point that needed to be addressed, we can still do that because we can do anything at any time, or not anything at any time, but we can do a lot of things, and they don't have to be this ordinance. It could be something else. So that's, I guess, all I have.
Call for the question.
Thank you, Alder. A question before us is referral to the June 17th PCOB meeting and the August 4th council meeting. Two explanatory commas for our new alders. Firstly, on any given item, we ask that alders only speak twice to it. That's on any given motion. So you might speak twice overall on an item, and for a maximum of 10 minutes, just FYI. And then secondly, on items where I sense that the discussion is heading in a direction, I will ask for objection to a unanimous vote. On items where I sense that there is disagreement, I will proactively ask for a roll call, which I will do this time. But it is also your prerogative to ask for a roll call on any item if you wish to. So anticipating disagreement, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. As your name is called, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. On referral, Alder Glenn. Aye. Alder Glenn, aye. Alder Uguer. Aye. Alder Uguer, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Lankella. Aye. Alder Lankella, aye. Alder Lieberman. Aye. Alder Lieberman, aye. Alder Madison. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Matthews. Aye. Alder Matthews, aye. Alder Mayor. Aye. Alder Mayor, aye. Alder O'Brien. Aye. Alder O'Brien, aye. Alder Ohwich. No. Alder Ohwich, no. Alder Pritchett.
Aye.
Alder Pritchett, aye. Alder Tischler.
No.
Alder Tischler, no. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Alder Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Zhang.
Aye.
Alder Zhang, aye. Alder Duncan.
Aye.
Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers. Aye. Alder Evers, aye. Alder Field. No. Alder Field, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Madison. Aye. Alder Madison, aye. I have 16 ayes, 4 noes.
Thank you. With 16 ayes and 4 noes, the referral passes. I'm sorry, one more explanatory comma. Any item before the council requires 11 votes to pass, regardless of how many people are here. It's not a simple majority. And in this case, a referral vote is just an 11-vote item, so referral passes. At the end of our agenda is any announcements or introductions from the floor. Are there any announcements or introductions from the floor? Seeing none, let me first congratulate Alders Zhang and Lieberman on surviving their first council meeting. And
You made it.
Alder Glenn. Alder Glenn. Alder Glenn, it's your turn to adjourn. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we stand adjourned. Have a good evening, morning, everyone.
So what is the cutoff time for us? We can go until